Thank you again for being here today, and now let's get started with the session. Laura Hansplant. Laura integrates social spaces, rainwater systems, and plant communities to create meaningful places that are healthy, resilient, and impactful. Born in Canada, Laura studied at the University of Toronto and Pennsylvania State University, where she received master's in landscape architecture and a minor in ecology. Laura is the principal of Studio Sistema, an integrated landscape architectural and civil engineering firm specializing in high-performing site design and ecologically based green roofs. Her passion for integrating resiliency into experimental landscapes anchors her innovative designs in life cycle perspective. She volunteers on the U.S. Green Building Council's Sustainable Sites Technical Advisory Board, where she participates in discussions advancing sustainable site design. Outside of the office, she spends her afternoons exploring the natural patterns of meadows and woodlands, seeking out inspiration for her designs. Please join me in welcoming Laura Hansplant.
Thanks so much, Hunter. It's great to be here today. And it's these conversations that we're going to have today. I've been so looking forward to this conference. These conversations are so important to the issues that are, near and dear to our hearts. I know for me, understanding, having discussions about resiliency and sustainability and how we can address the issues that certainly we hear about so much right now. Questions about what do we do with our changing weather? How do we adapt? How do we think about habitat decline and loss of biodiversity? And how do we think about regenerative design and ways in which our work and in our personal lives and our professional lives can help give back? So I'm going to share my screen. And today, my talk is about what I want to share with you are some thoughts about resilience and planting design, what we can do practically for our own spaces. And this is through the lens of what I'm learning from green roof design specifically. As someone who enjoys walking through woods, understanding the systems, trying to understand the systems of plant communities and how they work together, I enjoy that kind of holistic thinking, and that being able to think about how to weave that into the design of our work or into planting design. So here's a little outline of what I'm going to talk about today. What is resilience? What does it mean? What's really happening? Some reflections for discussion on what might really be happening in our planting design, and how we can think about a more functional approach, again, as is informed by what we're seeing on green roofs and how that might provide some opportunities or ideas for what we can do in our general landscapes. I'm curious, do many of you enjoy traveling internationally, maybe to a different part of the country? I don't get as many opportunities as I would like, but yeah, there's a few. But certainly, what is I find really amazing is not just the opportunity to see a different place and to learn about a different culture or a different landscape, but then to come back to where I live and to try to be inspired to think about our own personal neighborhood in a different way. That's and it's in a funny way, like being able to work on green roofs. It's not the only thing I work on, but being able to focus on green roofs for this part of my career has done kind of like being able to travel. It's given me a chance to reflect and think. So that informs part of what I'm talking about here. Okay, so big picture, what is resilience and what does it mean? And there's a couple of definitions here. The ability of a system to continue functioning, to recover, to adapt to disturbance or change. What does that actually mean? And how do we think about that? And just take a second and think, what does it mean to you? When you hear that, what's the first thing that comes to mind? It might be, is it the ability to survive extreme weather? Is it about facilitating biodiversity or helping, facilitate the movement of species? Are we thinking about repairing local ecology or about places of refuge or about pollinator corridors? These are all important. And they really speak to, regenerative design, the ability of our design to give back. And what I want to bring to this discussion today as part of this conference is to think about beyond that, or in addition to that, how we can be designing for adaptation. Because resiliency is about, at the heart, the ability to adapt and to recover. And what does that mean for how we approach planting design and landscape architectural design? And actually, if you start digging into definitions of resilience, if you look into psychology, they say not only is resilience, it's not just about being strong enough to withstand stress, and it's not only about the ability to adapt or recover from stress, it's about the ability to emerge stronger. Wouldn't that be amazing if through our approach to resiliency and adaptation, we could emerge stronger? That'd be cool. So no, bear with me here, because I am an avid canoeist, so I'm going to bring this outside metaphor, and trust me, it'll relate. So if we're thinking about adaptation, and we're thinking about, stability and the ability to recover in our landscapes, there's two ways we can think about it. And if you're a canoeist, you might be familiar with the terms primary or initial stability and secondary stability or dynamic stability. So here I've got this kind of crude diagram of two different boats. And you've got the top, you've got a flat bottom hull. And at the bottom, you've got a rounded or V-shaped hull. And if when you first get into a canoe or a kayak or any kind of boat, a flat bottom boat is going to feel very stable. It doesn't move very much, feels very solid. The bottom boat, the rounded bottom boat, when you first step into it, it's going to feel really tippy. You'll feel that thing rock back and forth. And if you're not expecting it, it's kind of disconcerting. But what happens in rough weather, if you look at that flat bottom boat, it'll follow the slope of the wave, and that is not a stable angle. And actually, it's really vulnerable at that point to overturning. On the other hand, if you're in a boat with a rounded hull, a shallow V, a rounded hull, it's going to maintain, see the steeper center of the more stable center of gravity, it's going to maintain its balance better. And it's more likely then to recover. And so what I'm going to suggest for the discussion today is the way that we approach landscape architectural designs and planting designs as if we were designing flat bottom boats. We design them for being really stable up front because that's what we're comfortable with. And what we ought to be doing is thinking about our landscapes as tippy ecosystems that can move and shift and are more fluid, not so rigid, and they can more easily recover. I'm going to talk a little bit about what that might actually look like. And, take another analogy. If you think about Japanese architecture, traditional pagoda, I didn't put this in a graphic on this, but you can Google traditional Japanese pagoda design or traditional Japanese houses, and you'll see some diagrams. What the Japanese know is that if you're in a landscape that's prone to earthquakes and prone to move, you don't design a rigid structure. A rigid structure, resists movement, but once the movement starts, it's much more likely to fall. They design their traditional structures so that there's a little bit of vibration between the different pieces. They move a little bit, and that little vibration moves up the structure, and it helps the structure overall maintain its center of gravity. So if that's a more comfortable analogy, you can think about that. How do we apply that to landscapes? So, reflecting on this, I'd suggest that gardening and planting design are an expression of culture. And for me, when I was learning, that was really Western European culture. It's obviously not the only perspective, but it's the one that I was taught. And so we approach planting design the way we're taught. And in many cases, we don't even question it until we travel outside. So, we talk a lot about right plant, right place. And the subtext to that, you can, tell me if you would agree. If you agree, is the subtext is that right plant, right place, where we want to put them, where we put them. So we think about planting design as something that's a static composition. All the classic texture, contrast, form, contrasts. We think of it as a stable and static composition. It's really not supposed to change. And so, here's an example from a green roof. I love this picture. I love this place. It's beautiful. And you know, it's not a low maintenance landscape. We expect the plants to stay where we put them, and we take the responsibility for any kind of change, whether it's plant reproduction or lack of it, renewal. We take all that on ourselves as the gardeners and the stewards. That's not a light task. So, you know, and that threads its way through all of our habits in landscape maintenance conventionally. Not, you know, if we get into restoration ecology, it's different, but within our kind of landscape design world, we don't really plan. We don't have the tools in terms of our daily activity for accommodating plant reproduction. So if you look at the picture on the left and you see the oak, this is my local park, and you look at the oak seedling, that's a gift from the larger tree population. That's a gift. And what's going to happen? It's going to get mowed down, right? As soon as the next time the lawn is cut, it's going to get mowed down. And meantime, we work really hard. You can see in the top here, in the top right of this picture, you know, the local shade tree commission's gone and planted a tree. And yet we have this volunteer, and we don't have the mechanism for allowing that to take advantage of that. And then, you know, similarly, if you look, this is a bank building in Montreal. And I love this picture because I love the native plants that are being incorporated into this planter. And again, it's a fixed composition. And we're using, in this case, we're using the mulch as a fixative, as a way of suppressing weeds. These plants, we don't want anything to come up from seed. We want to control that, or that's the assumption. So we're suppressing plant reproduction. And because we're not allowing our plants and our plant groupings to reproduce or move or to shift, we're getting in the way of their ability to adapt. So, you know, here's the kind of things these are, and again, these are actually both places I really like during the growing season. These are really thoughtfully designed landscapes. But I take pictures of them and take pictures in the winter because you see what's happening with the mulch. We're using the mulch. We're using mulch as a way of trying to keep on top of maintenance, right? Like without the mulch, conventionally maintaining these beds would be like bailing with a sieve. So we put on these thick layer of mulch to suppress the weeds, and then it doesn't allow these plants to reproduce, and we get these donut holes. So where you have a plant that dies out, or where there's some weeds that get pulled out, you get these expanding donut holes and this kind of negative feedback cycle. And ironically, I think, in terms of our sort of conventional suburban, common landscapes in our neighborhoods, it seems as if mulch has become the colloquial shorthand to good care. I might have a plant bed with only half the plants in it that it was originally designed for, but as long as it's neatly mulched, that's my way of telling you that I'm taking good care of my planting bed. And I'm like, okay, what can we do differently? So we end up with landscapes like this. This is my local mall, and this landscape does not move. It's like this all the time. Water level doesn't change. It's like a product, right? This is a landscape that comes out of super high efficiency maintenance care that is unvarying. And ironically, this is what's arguably is a trend in the green roof industry, conventional green roofs. This is a beautiful green roof. It's really nicely, it's clean, it's well maintained, it's doing well, but it's like a flat bottom boat. It's a low maintenance landscape as long as the maintenance is on top of the weeds. But, the kind of elephant in the room on this is that if the maintenance is late, during COVID was a great example. If the maintenance is late, doesn't happen, this particular plant community is super vulnerable to being overtaken by weeds. And once it is overtaken by annual weeds, crabgrass, foxtail, those are very common. Getting it back is hard work. That's a flat bottom boat. So what can we learn? What can we do differently? So just probably get this by now, but the traditional horticulture focuses on excellence in individual plants and plant collections. How we fertilize, how we plant, how we space is all based on the underlying assumption that we want the best, healthiest, most robust individual plants that we can have. And what I'm wondering as a designer is if we instead need to focus on planting design as the shaping of small scale dynamic communities. Can we be influencers and not the controllers? So I'm going to pause. I'm going to just, again, sort of take another little side turn and talk about functional ecology, and say functional ecology is the understanding of plants as a part of a community or an ecosystem that thinks about their roles in contributing to the health and the stability of the whole community. And you're probably very familiar with the thought about forests being layered, canopy, subcanopy, shrubs, ground layer. This happens to be a red maple bog in southern Ontario. So each plant, each layer, if healthy, is contributing to the stability and the function of this forest ecosystem. That's probably not new, right? That's familiar. And so when we think, this is Bowman's Hill Wildflower Center here in Eastern Pennsylvania. So when we zoom in and think, okay, in this case, we have a deciduous forest, a bit of a clearing with spice bush and ostrich fern. There's some yellow wood poppy. There's some skunk cabbage. Again, this is a community. Each of these layers exists in the community. That the shrub layer, the fern layer, exists in relation to the other plants. Their ability to thrive is interconnected, right? Kind of straightforward. Here's another example. This is from Houston Meadow in the City of Philadelphia Park System. This is part of the Wissahickon. And here we have sassafras on the edge of the woods. You can see the hay-scented fern growing underneath the shade of this canopy. It won't advance into the meadow. There's a relationship there between the canopy and the fern. We're used to thinking like that. But then when we look at the meadow, what we're not, I think, as used to is at least outside of restoration ecology or prairie restoration discussions, but in straight, sort of more conventional landscape design, we're not as used to thinking about the roles and the interrelationship between the plants and the meadow. So we're going to zooming in again. When we look at this meadow, this is that same meadow up close. It's not just the horizontal arrangement of the plants. Well, that's part of it. It's not just the diversity of the species. Look how this is even layered. We've got like a moss layer that infills in between in this case, the goldenrod and little blue stem and asters that are part of this system. This is all, these interrelationships are important in terms of the stability of this meadow, which is not, an agricultural field. This particular meadow is a remnant. So how do we take that thinking and translate it to landscape design? And so I'm going to start looking at green roofs and how we can, this is a designed green roof meadow, how we can take these principles, what we can learn, and then how we can apply it. So it's like coming back from my international travel into green roofs. What matters in green roof design? So it's not the individual plant, not like it would be in a conventional garden. It's the plant population. Do I have a good balance of species? Are the species I want well represented? Do I have a lot of one thing and only a little bit of another? That's not so good. Or do I have a nice blend and balance? And there's some new guidance out from the American Society of Landscape Architects, and there's other resources that provide some thoughts into that. So that's good. It's about plant density. That's the second thing. Bare soil from a green roof perspective is not a good thing, because that means it's vulnerable. It's vulnerable to erosion, wind erosion, but in particular. So if you're looking at a healthy green roof, you're looking at the plant population, you're looking at the density, and you're thinking about whether or not, the plants are reproducing, because the ability for the green roof to do well over 10 years, 20 years, 40 years are the plants reproducing? do they set up the next generation? And so, here's an example from a green roof at a high school in Philadelphia. And you can see the variety of plants, see how they're interwoven. Warm season grasses, perennials. This happens to be white beard tongue that's kind of in the foreground in that kind of brown color. You see them interwoven with sedum. So it's not really a question of native, at least from a green, if you're going to be hard-nosed technically about green roofs design, planting design, it's not sedum, non-sedum, native, non-native. It's how do the plants play together? How do they interweave? Do they reproduce? And can I get this kind of density? That's a healthy plant community. And then are they reproducing? So, you want to start with either like seed grown plants or naturally occurring cultivars that can reproduce. So the echinacea, this is purple coneflower in its seed head here in the center photo. That plant has to be able to produce seed that can come out and make the next generation of purple coneflowers if we're going to continue to enjoy them in the green roof. Because nobody's going to go up there with mulch and no one's going to go up there and divide. And they probably aren't going to, I mean, they could, but they're probably not going to make time to go and bring in a bunch more plugs and plant them. You're kind of counting on the plant population to thrive. And so the straight species of purple coneflower is pretty good. Some of the cultivars, not so good, maybe. It depends. That's part of the exploration. The other example here on the right is Coreopsis. This is threadleaf Coreopsis. It's probably moonbeam. We've planted it on a few green roofs. I've never seen it reproduce. Can't figure out why. I've had other Coreopsis do great, but like moonbeam from a green roof design's point of view, it's great for a couple of years, but I consider it ephemeral because if it doesn't, it's a short-lived plant, so it's not really contributing over the long haul. Not this cultivar, and still not sure why. Maybe it's a Coursera cultivar. Maybe someone out here knows, and you can drop a note in the chat. But these are the questions we ask, and this is what it looks like up close. The broadleaf seedlings you're seeing here, these are the straight species of purple coneflower in among warm season grasses and in among the sedum. The sedum is acting like a nurse crop or a companion crop. That's what we want to see. So, it's interesting to me to think about the parallels between the natural meadow that we were just looking at and a biodiverse green roof. This is at the Temple University. See the similarities in plant community structure. See how the warm season grasses, and in this case, we've got different species of echinacea. This is pale purple coneflower coming out of the nurse crop. In the green roof, it's sedum. In the meadow, it's club mosses and other ground level plants, but they're doing the same service. They're knitting together in a very similar way. How do we bring that into our garden design? And this is, here's another example of what is very typical. This is a pale purple coneflower seedling in this center photo. It's coming, and there's actually right straight Echinacea purpurea, purple coneflower coming out here at the bottom, and it's coming out of sedum. The seedlings are able to survive where they're able to come out of that living ground cover. And we see the same thing with Achillea, yarrow, and another species of sedum here in the right photo. That's very, very typical. And interestingly, I've put a little reference here on the top left. Butler and Oriens have done some interesting publications and testing, academic studies on green roofs, and they find that the resilience of the native plants, their ability to survive times of drought and water, moisture deficit, is increased when they're grown in what would be otherwise in competition, in companionship with sedum. Talking with Ed Snodgrass at Emery Knoll Farms, he, mentioned that it's the ability of the sedum to kind of help conserve moisture in the soil and be able to prevent kind of the evaporative drying of that you would otherwise have in bare soil. So the sedum is doing the same thing functionally, potentially, this is the hypothesis, as mulch would be doing in our regular gardens. But it's living. Isn't that cool? So how do we get here? So I'm going to some of you may have heard this story before. This is a green roof at the University of Pennsylvania. We've now been tracking it for 10 years. So I was back there again this past growing season to take a look, and I learned something new every time. But what we learned on this project is what's informed everything I was just talking about. Here, this project has 2 green roofs, a sedum roof and a meadow roof. It's the meadow roof you see here. And we wanted to overseed the sedum roof with native species to see if we could let it evolution, like from a successional point of view, become a second meadow roof. And we gave the seed, we talked to Mark Feely at Ernst Seed and developed together a seed mix. And we gave the seed to the contractor, and the contractor went out and they said, meadow seed goes on the meadow roof, right? And they put half the seed down on the meadow roof before they realized what they had done wrong. And then they put the other half the seed on the sedum roof. So we have, by accident, this great comparison. And I learned a lot from looking at both of these. And I'm really grateful that the facilities manager here, is gracious to let us come back and talk about what we're finding. So this is the sedum roof, and you can see it on the left for what it looked like in the first year. This is back around 2012. So we're in our 10th year now. And in the second year, we get very similar to meadow design and meadow establishment. We see the seedling grasses, and in this case, a biennial monarda, spotted bee balm coming up. Very similar to meadow progression here. By the 5th year, we've got sort of a warm season grass, kind of xeric meadow developing. And you see the same relationship, the same interweaving of seedling. This looks like, again, pale purple coneflower coming up out of the warm season grasses. There's not many wildflowers here in this particular roof. I suspect they're getting weeded out with the dandelions. And this is it in its 10th year. So this is probably in July. So again, we're seeing some wildflowers come up. I imagine these would continue to come up depending on how it's managed. We've got slender lespedeza. We've got a variety of warm season grasses. The other interesting thing we're seeing is that I'm seeing the difference in kind of like microclimate, shelter. So in the sunny areas, there's more warm season grasses. In the sheltered areas, in between all this mechanical equipment, we've got volunteer. This was not seeded. This is common milkweed. That's a straight volunteer. We've got, you can kind of glimpse on the far right there, columbine, Aquilegia canadensis. That was in the seed mix, but it lives, this is probably like 4th or 5th generation here. It lives in these little sheltered pockets. And so that's part of resiliency too, right? The ability to maintain like a diversity of plant species is about not having everything exactly even, but being able to give our designs the ability to kind of knit into the micro conditions and being able to self-sort. At least that's what I see here. The plant community self-sorting into the nuances of moisture, nuances of sun, shade, heat stress that are part of this particular space, this mini landscape. Guys with me? Does that make sense? So we're learning. So, and if you're involved in meadows, this is probably not surprising at all. You're like, of course, Laura, that's exactly what I would expect to happen. But we're not used to translating, are we? We're not used to thinking about, well, what do I know about meadows and how do I apply it to a green roof? How do I apply that to my garden? How do I adapt it so it works for the different kind of space? And then, similarly, here's what happened on the meadow roof. This is it in year 2. This is what it looked like when it was planted. So the kind of swoops of columbine and achillea, this is yarrow, and there's some white beard tongue and warm season grasses. These are as the designers intended them. We collaborated on this with Weiss Manfredi. This is as designed after establishment. And then with that seed mix, you can see in this intervening, like between years 3 and years 2, 3 and 8, 9, you see this kind of density develop. And this, what you're seeing is a mix of what was planted, like the yarrow, which is in its brown seed heads, what was intentionally or accidentally seeded, but it was part of the purchase seed mix, which would include this biennial Monarda, spotted bee balm, Monarda punctata, came up like crazy. We have some plants like the side oats grama, which you can see on the left. You see the thin, slender seed heads. That's a native warm season grass, and some of it was planted and some of it was seeded. We've got a mix because it was in both. And then we have plants that came in as volunteers, but you see them knitting themselves together here. And this is what it looks like by year 10. And what's really interesting to me is that this meadow landscape is a combination of intentional planting, as I mentioned, plants that are emerging through time successionally out of that seeding, like the goldenrod. That's early goldenrod that was seeded. We have 2 species of goldenrod. We have, I think, tentatively, Solidago rugosa, wrinkle leaf goldenrod, which is, I believe, a volunteer. It probably came in the soil in the pots from the nursery. We have Pacanthamum tenuifolium, or slender mountain mint. That was seeded. That's taken several years to establish. We didn't see it in the first 3-4 years. It's coming up over time. And then we have the slender Lespedeza. So it's an interesting mix, and it's slightly curated. And here it is again. This is just from this past summer. This population of Coreopsis ebbs and flows. It was in the seed mix. This is large flower Coreopsis, and it ebbs and flows. Years 2, 3, 4, really didn't see much of it. It's coming up, maybe I just didn't catch it at the right time. But there's a lot more of it here now. The Echinacea is part of the seed mix. And then the other interesting thing is that at one point we had a flush of Lobelia syphilitica, great blue lobelia. That's a wetland plant. What was that doing on the roof? And what had happened was that we had a year where things were wetter, not because of rainfall, but because the irrigation was set high. And with all that moisture, we had this flush of volunteer wetland plants, like the great blue lobelia. That, in my thinking, looking back, that's a tippy, resilient plant community with good secondary stability, because we have inadvertently given this green roof plant community the internal tools to be able to adapt in a graceful way, in a way which, like, I like the blue flowers, a way we find beautiful, to the shift in conditions. And we as stewards have time to recognize what's going on. Like, hey, I'm seeing great lobelia and Verbena hastata on this roof. I think you should turn the irrigation down because you're going to have a decline in your warm season grasses. They're not going to like all that moisture. And they make the adjustment, and there's no longer great lobelia. I'm not seeing great lobelia on this roof. But isn't that cool? Isn't that what we want? How do we do that in our gardens? So, thinking about this, I want to suggest that we need to think about sort of not just plant height and bloom color and bloom time, but about the functional roles, the functional needs of the plant community. And I have like 5 roles here, 5 possibilities, but I want to present them for you in pairs because I think it makes it a little easier to understand. How am I doing? Good. So the first is that clump forming plants, your matrix plants grow out of a ground cover, an understory. In this case, it's sedum. In your garden, it could be something else similar. So that's what we see here. So here you're seeing in this case, it's the warm season grasses. You've got panicum and primarily here growing out of an understory. That's one. You guys all with me? Cool. The second is that accent plants like being paired with companions. So here we have ornamental allium growing out of matrix of grasses, ornamental grasses, and we have what's probably Liatris growing out of the same matrix. And if you tried to plant allium, like we're taught to do plants in single species swoops. And if you plant allium all by itself, it's not really robust. Or if you plant Liatris all by itself, can, people do, but that's not how it's used to growing as part of a community. We need to think about community. So accent plants like being paired with companions that are part of the matrix. And we collaborated with this on with Jonathan Alderson's office and Ballinger Architects. This is a hospital. The third is to include some mobile self-seeding plants because they're your Band-Aids. I don't know who said Band-Aid plant. I should know, I forget, my apologies, but I love it. So thank you. I think that's a really helpful term. These are the Band-Aid plants that move. And in this case, we've got white beard tongue on the left, which is self-seeding itself into the front of the bed. It's actually on the left is how it was close to originally planted. And on the right, it's moved into the kind of spaces between the prairie drop seed that's used in this case on the edge of the bed. So we have second, third generation white beard tongue volunteering itself, naturally occurring. It's part of the dynamic into the spaces where otherwise we would have weeds. And then you can decide as the gardener or as the steward, you can decide, do I like that? Do I edit it out? How do I influence it? But hey, if I'm going to have weeds, I'd rather have white beard tongue and volunteer liatris than something else, right? So this is cool. Here's another example. This is from a green roof at the Temple University, and you see the same thing. You see the matrix, in this case of broadleaf sedum, with self-seeding coreopsis that just knits itself into the interstitial spaces, that pairing. Think about plant communities and paired. And the last is to foster the seed bank you want. This is another green roof, same building. All these plants came up from seed. They were introduced to seed. See what happens. So I'll show you this again. This is an example from Westchester University. This was just installed this past year. Furbish Green Roofs is the contractor, so they're maintaining it. And we've got newly established sedum roof, in this case by Cuttings, that was overseeded with a native plant mix with the ultimate intent of having a meadow, having a biodiverse meadow roof. And so this past summer, we went and took a look, and here are some of the seedlings you see coming up. Different species, couple different species of Echinacea. We've got Monarda, Coreopsis, a warm season grass. I'm guessing it's probably little blue stem, not sure yet. There's some penstemon. It's got a nice, for its first growing season, this is pretty good. This is pretty good density. And we want to have, we're proactively putting in the seed mix into the seed bank to get the seed bank we want. And here's what it looks like. So you can see the beginnings of the meadow. So my hope is this coming year, this will just continue to become denser and maintain ahead of the weeds we don't want. So summary of what we're learning, like from the plant's point of view, this is what we're learning from the plant communities on green roofs. Density of cover, few bare spots, no mulch, or at least not mulch as a weed suppressant. Think about their ability to reproduce. Think about the team dynamics, these kind of pairings of species that work well together. Think about your plant source. If you're going to have a lot of different little blue stem or a lot of different, say purple prairie petunia or whatever plants you're introducing in your community, you want to have a genetically diverse plant seed source or genetically diverse seed grown plants that you're putting out as live plants, because they're going to have more natural variability, which maybe lets a larger portion of that population thrive and adapt to the specific conditions. You want to think about shelter and climatic variability. Some of this variability helps adapt to those changes. We can't always predict them as a designer, especially when we're talking about green roofs or rain gardens. It's hard to know just how moist will it be, just how dry will it be, just how hot will it be. These are not always the straightforward predictions. And so giving your plant community these resources to self-adapt means they can help sort it out gracefully And then I haven't talked a lot about this, but just to think about balancing your available resources in terms of how much water do I give it, how much fertilizer, how rich is the soil with the plant competitiveness. So for the last part of my talk, I'm going to give you some practical examples that are designed to show how this is playing out in actual designs. It's been like a lot of theory and a lot of green roof pictures. So this is how it can play out in design. And the first thing I want to say is, you know, the assumption that I hear from people is if we have like an adaptable biodiverse planting design, it's going to look kind of messy and kind of wild, right? And the response is it doesn't have to. I mean, it can if you want, but it doesn't have to. This is from about, oh gosh, this was established in 2015. This is a thin green roof that is meant to be much more ordered. It's actually a nod to Roberto Burle Marx. It's on a historic building in Philadelphia, but it has the same principles. We're planting native perennials. In this case, they have to be low and short because the Historic Commission doesn't want to see this green roof from the ground. We're planting them into the living ground cover of the sedum. The sedum is the companion plant. And so a variety of heuchera, coral bells, lady fern. If I planted lady fern into bare soil on a green roof, it would die, it would not survive. It survives here unirrigated because it's growing in the sedum as part of a community. And that's really cool. So I'm applying it in my garden. So in a very small way, like I have pots with plants, some of them herbs, some of them wildflowers and things that I buy impulsively because I want to see how they grow. And I don't know if you guys are as lazy a gardener as I am. I'm a really lazy gardener, and I would go out and I would realize it was like in the middle of July and I hadn't watered my pot and the plant just looks pathetic. And then I'm like late to work, but I'm rushing inside to grab the watering can so I could put water in the pot because I know if I leave it to when I come back at the end of the day, my plant's going to be toast. So I said, okay, you know, I'm going to try this. And I actually put sedum in my pots as a living ground cover, and then put in the herbs or the wildflowers. And I found that I only have to water. I went from having to water my pots every day or every other day to once a week. Sometimes I forget to water them entirely for like much longer, and they do fine. It translates. And the other thing I found is including self-seeding perennials. This Aurelia purple prairie, wild prairie petunia, Aurelia humilis, started in a pot. And it now has put seed out into my adjacent butterfly garden. And it's like the Band-Aid. It comes up. Every place there's a gap, I've got Aurelia. I've got a thin spot in my lawn, I've got purple prairie petunia popping up. I've got a crack in the sidewalk, up comes purple prairie petunia. We should all be so lucky as to have purple prairie petunia as a lawn weed. Like, that's cool. So I'm asking myself, can we deliberately influence the seed bank rather than just leave it up to whatever weed happens to be in the area? Can we deliberately try to influence what volunteers? And wouldn't that be fun? Here's the next example. This is one step wilder. This is at Temple University. We collaborated with Snøhetta and Stantec. This is meant to be a meadow roof, but it's meant to be very stylized and curated. And so here you're looking at sort of two different zones, one with two different heights of plants. And when we look in one case, we've got salvias and achillea, and the other we've got moss phlox, Phlox subulata, and wine cups, among other things. And when we look up close, we have the same relationship. See how intertwined those are. Here we have, see we have a little bare spot, and what's coming up? Seedling grass, echinacea. I'm pretty positive that this is not only, maybe this plant is what was planted, but there's some second generation seedlings coming up here too. That's what we want to see. Here it is a couple months later. Different plants coming up, different plants kind of carrying the color sweep. In this case, Liatris and echinacea. And again, here we have a second generation Liatris growing up out of, in a bare spot, but growing up out of that little clump of sedum. So this is applying the same principles we've been talking about for this more, I'm going to call it like artfully curated design. Same thing. And how interesting is it that we can get more than like all these different seasons of enjoyment with the biodiversity? And then the question for this is, okay, now if we take this approach one step further, can we expand the range of species we include? Can we include more than one kind of Liatris? Can we include more than one kind of penstemon or more than one kind of coneflower Liatris here? Can we include more, like how many species of grass can we think about and still carry this same textural aesthetic? That's fun. And then the question here becomes less about, I mean, it still remains keeping on top of the least wanted weeds, but it's also about how do we oversee this? How do we steward this? So again, we're the influencers, but we're not having to control and manage every individual plant. There's just no way. So, and in the small amount of time I have left, here's a last example. This is a dune-inspired green roof. This is one in Delaware. We collaborated with Ender Pogon. Here the planting design is meant to evoke the context of the coastal ecosystems, the coastal plant communities in Delaware. Is it literal? No way. Can't be. The processes here are different. The growing conditions in green roof media are different, obviously, right? Than sand dunes. But can we give some of the same flavor, evoke some of the same connection to place that then will help inspire people about their larger ecosystem, their larger ecoregion? And how do we talk about finding equivalencies in plant species selection and plant relationships that let this thrive again without being thrive and be resilient on as much as it can, and we can on its own, not the and we guide it. Again, this is not a low maintenance landscape. This isn't a corporate setting, but it's meant to have the same principles. And so here you're seeing some of the same balancing of curated contrasts in planting design and zones with combinations of species. In this case, we've got horizontal juniper, goldenrod. This is the Sapphosylata, the golden fleece. There's Coreopsis here, though it's not blooming at this season. And these big shrub-like things are actually Baptisia. And to my surprise, Baptisia is super happy. That thing self-seeds like crazy across this roof. And other places there are warm season grasses, and you can see there's a panicum here that probably needs to be thinned out. But you can decide. And so again, we're seeing the same kinds of reproduction. Volunteer Liatris, volunteer coneflowers. So sum up, the overall benefits we're talking about: increased density, increased biomass, increased species diversity. Can we improve our rainfall interception? Can we improve performance in terms of being able to intercept rainfall and meter it out more slowly through the larger, watershed or drainage area? Can this approach help? I believe it can reduce the vulnerability of any of our planting designs to erratic weather, better able to adapt to dry, better able to adapt to shifts to wet. Can this help us get there? So obviously there's a lot more talking, right? A lot more conversations to be had. How do we think about maintenance in ways that are manageable? Do we have to change our maintenance rhythms? Do we think about low nutrient input systems? These should not be over fertilized. What is that how do you know? How do you know when? How do we think about marrying this up with like the convenience and the expertise of the contractors who install them? Can we align sort of ease of construction with long-term performance? What do we do about invasive species? Similar conversations to what we have for meadows and other natural areas. And then what is the potential for upscaling? Can we be thinking about the opportunities that are offered on a site-by-site basis as then collectively contributing to larger opportunities for the neighborhood and region? whether we're talking pollinator corridors, whether we're talking about refuge and habitat for unusual species. For me, green roofs are interesting because they're so sheltered that we can get species to grow, which maybe wouldn't survive as well down at ground level, where they have, you know, everyone's dog runs through them, and or they get browsed by deer. Like there's different opportunities at these different places within our built environment. How can we upscale? So thanks, everybody. It's great to be here. I'd love to hear your questions. Like I said, this is part of a ongoing conversation. So
well, thank you so much, Laura. That was a fabulous presentation. We do have a few more minutes for some Q&A. So if y'all have not posted your questions to the chat, please do so now. Any questions that we can't get to in the next like 8 minutes, we will then move to the speaker garden for track 1, and we'll continue answering the rest of those questions. But hold on one second while I get that list up.
Hunter, do you want me to keep my screen up, or do you want me to stop sharing so we can see faces?
If you want to stop sharing, I think that's perfect, and then you can see more people. We've got a little bit big question for the first one, but doesn't the invasive plant issue color the whole conversation?
Absolutely. And, you know, absolutely it does. And I think in many ways, these examples are, easy is not the right word, but certainly they're able to navigate this approach in a different way, potentially, than what we do on ground, because green roof media is pretty sterile. So, you know, the seed bank that we get comes from what came from the plant pots and maybe what blows in from outside, but we're a little more protected from some of those. And plus because we're not browsed by deer, you know, have fewer herbivory effects, maybe that makes the invasive species management easier. Absolutely, but you're right. And I think part of the thing to figure out is, what's my best balance between appropriate site preparation, how much time I invest, how I do that, and then how once I establish a garden, how do I look out for invasive species? Like, what's my early warning system? Because like anything else, being on top of it, catching invasive species early is, I'm not telling you anything new, right? That's so important. So, but yes, being able to think about maintenance practices that are compatible with this, but also can be adapted for particular invasives, that might be a concern at your particular site. Yeah, huge, for sure.
Okay. The next question kind of goes more into that. Most invasive species thrive in an already disturbed areas. So to cause greater problems when ecosystems or plant communities have already been damaged, would a healthy functioning native plant community have better defense against invaders?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think here is where we as gardeners maybe can learn and adapt some of the knowledge that's already out there with restoration ecology, large land management, and meadow restoration, right? Because site preparation is huge, and the most critical time is when your new planting is very young, because there's a lot more open gaps, and the new plants obviously are much smaller. Once the plant community is established and you've got a tight knit interweaving of the plants you want, it's harder. There's fewer, ecologically speaking, there's fewer easy opportunities for invasive species. And I find that in my own garden. Like, I'm trying this in my own front garden, and I found that like my big invasive species are seedling vines, like specifically porcelainberry and grape, and stilt grass. And now that it's established. It's going into its 5th year. I actually don't spend much time weeding. I don't really have a weed problem. I have a vole problem, but that's a separate thing. But I don't spend much time weeding. But I go through like maybe 5 minutes a week, or it stacks up and I spend a little more time once a month, and I go through and I pull out all the young vines when they're small. And I go, and in August, I try to keep on top of the stilt grass before it goes to seed. But yes, the answer is, once you've got an internet community, they're going to be better able to kind of lock out, right? They've already crowded the bus. They were able to lock out invasive species better, but it's not foolproof. You've got to be, yeah.
Thank you. I'll one more question before we move to the next room. Is there any space left for paths through the planting for maintenance, management, and monitoring?
For sure. So just like you do in regular garden design, if you want to have stepping stones and having a path, absolutely, you can do that. I walk over my garden all the time. So I go out and, walk over it and don't worry about a path. That's true for the green roofs. As long as it's dispersed, we can do that. I see back and forth about, is it better to have a path and not step on bare soil? Am I worrying about amphibians or ground nesting insects? And so I think we can make choices that seem appropriate for the size of our site or the context of where you live, but sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura, for your time and your commitment to sustainability. Welcome back, and thank you again for joining us today at the second session in the Building and Maintaining Plant Communities track. My name is Hunter, and I serve on the conference committee, and I will be your host for this session. We encourage you to please join us with your camera on if you're able to do so. We are sure that you will enjoy hearing from our next presenter, Kim Eierman. Kim is the co-founder of Eco Beneficial LLC. She is an environmental horticulturist and ecological landscape designer specializing in native plants. Based in New York, Kim teaches at New York Botanical Garden, Brooklyn Botanic Garden, and the Native Plant Center. An active speaker nationwide on many ecological landscape topics, she also provides native landscape design and horticultural consulting to homeowners and commercial clients. Kim is the author of the book, The Pollinator Victory Garden: Win the War on Pollinator Decline with Ecological Gardening. So please join me in welcoming Kim Eierman.
Thank you so much. All right, we up and running. Super. Well, thank you so much, Zach. Really appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And if you're listening to this on a recording, thank you for listening to the recording. I've been a member of ELA for many years, and it's been such an incredibly worthwhile organization. It's been a while since I presented, but I can tell you that I've attended many ELA events, and they're all really fantastic. So thank you for having me. So I'm going to take you on a kind of a information-filled ride on unlocking the mysteries of native plant selection. And there's a lot to know. Now, they say that native plants can be complicated, and sometimes, that is the case. Native plant selection takes a little art, takes a little science, takes a little knowledge, takes a whole lot of experience. There's an adage in the industry that you don't know a plant until you've killed it. I'm not sure I'll go that far, but you certainly don't really know a plant until you've grown it. And I grow out a lot of trial plants for my clients. So let's get started. This is me. This is my website. My company is Eco Beneficial, and I invite you to visit. And this beautiful flower, in case anybody is interested, is Asclepias purpurascens, which is the purple milkweed, which is threatened here in New York. So why choose native plants? Well, there are lots and lots and lots of reasons, but my driving rationale is that they've co-evolved with other species that may well depend upon them. And that if we make informed plant choices, we can really significantly improve ecological function in managed landscapes. I believe this, I do this, my clients show me that it's working. They send me wonderful pictures of all the activity in their landscapes, and I hope you're convinced of this too. But, coevolutionary connections are not always so obvious. For example, we have plant specialists, including 25 to 30% of native bees, which are pollen specialists, depending on which source you believe, but at least 25% of native bees that are specializing on the pollen of particular plants, like this guy. This is Claytonia. A couple species that you might know are Claytonia caroliniana and Claytonia virginica, and they provide pollen to the specialist mining bee. We don't have the plants, it's really hard to support the pollinators. This is a spring ephemeral plant, can be really tough to find for sale. So, my recommendation is just badger your wholesalers, badger to carry more spring ephemerals, because our landscapes where they are present or should be present really need them. They're not appropriate for every landscape condition, obviously. These are woodlanders. And then even pollinators that don't necessarily specialize on certain plants may actually prefer the pollen and or nectar of particular local native plant species. So let's take a look here. I've been listening to a lot of webinars. I bet you have too in this quote unquote off season. It's not very off, it's really, really busy. But heard a couple of people speak about this plant. This is meadow blazing star, Liatris ligula stylus. And you can see from the Biota of North America map what the native range of this is. And this plant is just a boon for monarchs. Just heard one of my horticultural heroes, or horticultural heroes, I should say, Bill Kalina, talk about this plant. And in fact, it has a special attraction for monarchs. But let's, again, kind of take a look at the map here. Here is a different species of Liatris. Here's Liatris spicata, which has a bit of a different range, doesn't it? Again, referencing the Biota of North America program maps, and they're really, really helpful. I do find that when researching plants, sometimes often resources disagree with each other. So, you should be checking your local references too. Like for me, it would be the New York Flora Atlas, just to make sure that you know where a plant is native. So let's take a look at this interesting research. This was presented at a conference recently. This is on pollinator abundance and diversity on native and non-native plants in Mid-Atlantic Piedmont urban garden. And they were tracking the number of pollinator visits to Liatris spicata, which is regionally native there, versus Liatris ligula stylus. And you see the drop-off. So there's not enough of this research, honestly. And there's research that basically will state that native or non-native, it doesn't matter. But I think we need to look deeper, and we need to understand that there's not as much information out there that's scientific that we would like. So I just figure, if we're referencing local ecosystems, that's where we're going to have the most success. It's just kind of common sense. Well, how about plant timing? So many native plants are timed to provide resources exactly when wildlife needs them, and that's gotten a lot more complicated with climate change, with changing phenology. Don't get me started. What this speaks to is really being very focused on having coverage with plants in bloom from as early as possible in the season to as late as possible in the season, with a succession of bloom with different plants that support different pollinators, understanding those pollination syndromes. So, this is just kind of a fact, though, that we'll see things like this, Dicentra cucullaria, Dutchman's breeches, appearing in spring woodland areas in the spring. It's a highly deer-resistant plant, thank goodness. And this sweet little spring ephemeral that comes up before the trees leaf out. When conditions are mild, there's enough moisture to accommodate it. It blooms, and it is there as an important source, particularly for queen bumblebees that are looking for food after they come out of their hibernation nest. So should we be planting more of these? Yeah. Here's another example of timing. Amelanchier species, the Juneberries, the shadbush, and so on. These are also often called Juneberries. Well, they fruit, first of all, they're very early bloomers in April, which is great for pollinators, but then they fruit in June, and they have a type of fruit that is very juicy, very sugary, and not terribly packed with calories in terms of carbohydrates and lipids and these kinds of things. It's very heavy on the sugar, not so much on the other types of food diet source. So this is a perfectly fine plant to be fruiting at this time of year. Its fruit would never support a migrating bird fueling up to make its migration in the fall, but it's the timing of the fruit that makes sense in our ecosystem. Here's another example of a fruit-bearing native. This is Viburnum dentatum, arrowwood viburnum. And many of you have probably seen this research. It's been around for a while from URI on recommended plantings for migratory songbirds. And it turns out that Viburnum dentatum has a much different nutritional profile than, say, the Amelanchiers do. They are packed with all the important food that a migrating bird is going to need to carry it on its way south successfully. And that timing is something that we can mimic in our own landscapes, making sure that we're filling these gaps over the time spectrum as we're making plant selections. Here's an example of a plant, Ilex verticillata winterberry, that has very low quality fruit. It's not very palatable birds and so on, but it's persistent. And it's food of desperation in the winter months when overwintering birds really don't have very much to eat. And, in landscapes where there are lots of these, you might see persistent fruit. But here in suburbia, where I am in Westchester County, New York, these get stripped because there are not a lot of resources around with native plants like this. Most folks are, they've got the big green deserts, the lawns, and maybe some canopy trees and not much else. And then thinking also of other plant specialists, there's such an importance of native host plants for butterfly and moth caterpillars. And if you haven't heard this before, let me share with you, we have way, way, way more moth species in North America than we do butterfly species. And there's a fantastic book coming out this year on gardening for moths I can't wait to see. So including those host plants like this is a great picture I took. This is a Cullowhee Native Plant Conference with Tim Spiro, a wonderful author. If you are from the Southeast, definitely pick up his book. And here's Aristolochia. This is Dutchman's pipe leaf, and this wonderful pipe vine swallowtail caterpillar that uses this as a host plant. So Dutchman's pipe is also known as pipe vine. I just love seeing this stuff. This really got me very excited some years ago. Through my association on the steering committee with the Native Plant Center, and I volunteer for them too, we have a couple different plant sales during the year, one on site and one with a local nursery that we convinced to carry natives in September for a special native plant weekend. And the person who bought this plant, this is Northern Bayberry, Morella pennsylvanica, bought it simply because the Cecropia moth caterpillar was feeding on it. I didn't even know until that day that this was a host plant because it's not the most favored host plant for this particular caterpillar, but it was there. So getting excited about these things and selecting for these creatures that either are present in the landscape that you're working on or should be present, super important. How about butterflies? Well, we've traditionally thought of butterflies as not being very good pollinators. They have limited contact with pollen. They don't have fuzzy bodies like bees. They don't really carry pollen around as well as other insects like native bees. But there you go. There's a study that came out in 2015 from NC State on reproduction in flame azalea, a rare case of wing pollination. This is Rhododendron calendulaceum. And here's a shot from my book. I had two fantastic collaborating photographers. I'll give a shout out to both of them. Carolyn Summers, whose own book is being reissued in second edition this coming fall, and Heather Holm. And the greatest pictures of my book are from them. So here is a picture of Rhododendron calendulaceum in Carolyn's garden in the Catskills, with a swallowtail feeding on this. Well, what the research study found is that swallowtails have a behavior that's a little unusual for butterflies. They tend to flap their wings while they're nectaring, thereby releasing a lot of pollen on their wings. And then they go to the next flower and the next plant. These are the best pollinators of this plant. Who knew before 2015? There are probably a lot of these coevolutionary interactions that we just haven't learned about yet because the science hasn't been done. And there is the range, according to Biota, of North America of that particular plant. So let's get into some tips for native plant selection. Well, here's a tip. No matter what you're planting, you can't skip this: site and soil analysis. If you're not regularly doing this, please start. So incredibly important to know what the landscape conditions are and not guessing, because there are a lot of surprises out there. I can speak from experience. So if you want a tool that's super easy to read, it's not too onerous, it's also in depth enough to be useful. I love this Site Assessment for Better Gardens and Landscapes by Charlie Mazza, and you can download this on the internet. This is great. Soil analysis. Well, this is something that I do before I ever take on a client. If we're not doing a soil analysis, a soil test, I can't possibly make great recommendations, especially where we're using native edibles. I just had a really unhappy experience with a client who wanted to grow some native edibles, and we did a soil test exactly where those were going to be going, and the lead levels were extraordinary. So if only for that reason, but not to mention organic matter, and nutrients and pH and so on. In a perfect world, I'd get every client to pay for a soil bioassay, but it's, they're pretty pricey. It's hard to get them to do that. And then thinking about your ecoregion. So political boundaries, states, we know they're not particularly relevant. Here in my home state of New York, very different conditions in Suffolk County, down on Long Island from St. Lawrence, way up north. So our plant selections may be somewhat different in those locales, maybe some crossovers, but there are going to be a lot of species that will thrive in one location, not another. So I think the best way to be thinking about plants that are native where you are is to think about ecoregions, these ecologically and geographically defined areas. So the EPA defines them, and they say that these are areas where ecosystems are generally similar, the quality and the quantity of environmental resources. So you can actually go online and download a map for your state. Sometimes there are combined states on maps from the EPA, and you can take a look. Typically, they're level 3 and 4, sometimes only level 3, depends on the state. And just going in a little closer. So here you go. Here's some ecoregions, right, for New York, around where I am. So being cognizant of this helps you make better plant choices that are appropriate for where you are. Again, they have to be also site appropriate. And the language that accompanies these maps, I won't bore you with reading all this, gives you some clues about the plants that grow in that particular ecoregion. And then you can start to figure out what makes sense for the site you're working on. The Native Plant Trust, wonderful organization. They are providing a plant search database tool based on level 3 ecoregions. And you see, there's some crossover here at the level 3 tier from one state to another. This is very, very helpful information to making better plant choices. So making plant selection in context is key. And that means finding, hopefully, if you can, and referencing local plant communities. This conference is all about communities, isn't it? What's around you? Can you find a natural area? Ignore all the invasive plants, please, but find a natural area that gives you some clues to plants that would be successful in a landscape that you're working on. This is such a helpful tool. Now, of course, our natural areas are really getting severely invaded by invasives, and a lot of the plants that should be in those ecosystems aren't there anymore. What a wonderful thing that we practitioners can introduce those vanishing species into our managed landscapes, like a lot of the spring ephemerals. So here's just an interesting picture. This is Tall Forb community, not here on the East Coast. I love the picture though. And this is kind of how nature combines plants, native plant communities. So these are plants that have shared environmental requirements: soil and water and light, nutrient levels, climate, elevation, and so on. And they're frequently defined by the dominant plant species. And just as an example, oak tulip tree forest. So this is very helpful, and you can kind of see what's the understory typically consist of, and the shrub layer and the herbaceous layer and so on. So different communities may have overlapping species, very, very common, but each community does have distinct and diagnostic combinations of species. You got to know something to be able to make that distinction. And what's a bit annoying for those of us who are trying to do this well is that plant communities may be defined differently from state to state. It is what it is. So some resources include the U.S. National Vegetation Classifications, Nature Survey Explorer, ecological communities. There might be a website for your state, like here in New York, the DEC, the Natural Heritage Program for your state. These are all good sources. Here is the, and the interfaces are not very sexy, I must say, but here you go. Here are the ecological communities of New York State, the New York DEC. Really, really helpful. 0 pictures, it's okay. But do you know there were books written? Here you go, 1926, almost 100 years ago, like this, American Plants for American Gardens, that were focused on native plant communities. And if you don't own this book, please buy it. It's really interesting. And the foreword by Daryl Morrison is just an extra, icing on the cake, right? Daryl's such a great practitioner. This is the first book that I was aware of when I started my native conversion many years ago, a guide to the native plants of the New York City region. It's the first time that I saw plants grouped into communities. It made such sense to me. And now, if you're in the area, you can also download this, the Native Species Planting Guide for New York City. Again, focused on plant communities and what grows together in these communities. But there are all sorts of resources that you can find online if you're from the Midwest, plant communities of the Midwest. And hey, if you're lucky to be in New Jersey, you have a book, Plant Communities of New Jersey. We don't have one for New York. And please excuse this terrible pixelation, but it's really hard to find a good picture of this book. I own this book, Terrestrial and Palestrine Plant Communities of Pennsylvania, and there are many others. And guess what, folks? The new book from Jared Rosenbaum, which is definitely worth a purchase, Wild Plant Culture, he organizes his discussion in plant communities. This is the wave of the future in terms of native plant selection. Great book. Now, have you thought about this? How native will your practice or your project be? Well, your working definition of native might be driven by practical things like the project parameters. Are you doing a restoration planting, or are you doing a residential landscape, or something that tolerates maybe a little bit more latitude? Are you going to use plants that are only local ecotypes? That's a challenge, I will tell you. Or plants that are just kind of regionally native. For me in New York, maybe plants that are native to the tri-state area in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. Your decision and definition of native might include the decision to either include or exclude nearby natives. Maybe they're not native to New York, but close by. There's some possible issues there. I would just say, be very careful about aggressive nearby natives. That's not something we want to be introducing. And your definition of native might be driven by your decision to include or exclude native cultivars versus native straight species. So my best practice, in my view, is to be using straight species plants wherever we can for best genetic diversity. It's not always easy. There can be a case made for native cultivars. We'll get into that more, but you've got to be thoughtful about the cultivars that you choose. But always, 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 we're going to have that full eco function and better genetic diversity if we can use straight species natives. And there are many that are just, wonderful as is. We don't need to improve on them. Sometimes your definition of native can be driven by the native plants you can actually find to buy. I'm sure all of you have been through this. I cannot tell you the amount of time that I spend during the year hunting down native plants that I want to include in landscapes. Right now, spring ephemerals are just really, really tough to find. But I suggest that you determine up front what working definition you're going to use for a project, or maybe just for your general practice, because then you can choose plants in that context. Here's a burning question that I pose to all my students. Can a native plant be invasive? Now, I can't ask you this because we're on a webinar, but because I'd be asking you. But let's take a look. Here is Silphium perfolium cup plant up until the recent renovation of the native garden at New York Botanical Garden, this plant was there. It's a beautiful plant, has a lot going for it. It's native to the US. It supports wildlife with nectar and pollen and seeds. And the way that the leaves attach the stem, it creates a little reservoir for little critters to drink from, maybe a bird, or if a critter is able to climb up that stem, there's a water source. It's got a very aggressive growth habit. So I don't know, I'd be asking you now, do you think the plant's invasive? Well, let's take a look at Missouri Botanical Garden, great reference website, one of the many. I never just use one, I use many different references when I don't know a plant. They give the range of this plant as central eastern Canada to southeastern United States. Okay, well, that's helpful. And then boom, looky here. Here is the New York State Prohibited and Regulated Invasive Plant List, including Silphium perfoliatum. This plant is invasive in New York, also Connecticut. Should it be used in a landscape in those states? Nope. Should it be used in states where it's not native? I'd say probably not. It's too aggressive to take that risk. And let's see, my toolbar is covering over this. Here's another burning question. Are aggressive native plants always invasive? Well, take a look at this guy. So this is Monarda didyma, scarlet bee balm. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard somebody call this invasive. For me, it's native in New York. It's aggressive. It forms colonies. Fantastic hummingbird plant. May outcompete other native plants. So is it invasive? Kind of depends where you are, doesn't it? Right? So in New York, we're perfectly fine. And here's the colored key. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but you can see that the teal is where the plant's been introduced. So in New York, I'm fine with it. It's aggressive. That's okay. That's not the end of the world. It's actually sometimes exactly what I need in a landscape. But I wouldn't be so comfortable using it in some of these other states. I wouldn't. Let's just clear the air. Aggressive is not the same thing as invasive. By definition, a native plant cannot be invasive in an ecosystem where it's evolved. Call it aggressive, call it frisky, call it thuggish even, but don't call it invasive. And judicious use of aggressive native plants can be a very good thing in terms of suppression of weeds and invasive plants. Here's a frisky one I really love. Pycnanthema muticum, broadleaf mountain mint. Really fantastic plant. Choose plants that are appropriate for the landscape. Sounds kind of obvious, but why do we not always reference this, the wetland indicator status for plants? I have to say that this is one of the most helpful tools in terms of figuring out where plants should go. And unfortunately, it varies a little bit by region. The Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Plant Database does include the wetlands indicator status for many plants and by region, not always. But we see obligate wetland plant almost always occurs in wetlands under natural conditions, 99% of the time. Think about that. Facultative wetland usually occurs in wetlands, and we'll go all the way down the list. Obligate upland almost always occurs in not wetlands under natural conditions. It's a big difference between where a plant will live and where a plant will thrive. You want them to thrive. A stress plant is more susceptible to pests and diseases. Why does everyone want to put buttonbush in a dry landscape? I see it happening all the time. This is an obligate wetland plant. Where should you place it? Wet soil would be great, moist at an absolute minimum. This is where to use this plant. Pay attention to botanical nomenclature. My students, hate it when I force this, but it's really important. Using common names is kind of meaningless. They vary across the country. They vary person to person. Sticking with by botanical nomenclature is really important, but we need to kind of dig down further than just the genus and the specific epithet. Taking a look on occasion at subspecies and varieties of forms can help us make better decisions. So a subspecies is a population of a species that's isolated geographically from another population and has something morphological that's a little bit different about it. So there are always at least two subspecies. So here we go. Here's an example: Asclepias incarnata, subspecies pulchra, Asclepias incarnata, subspecies incarnata. Well, where it's native, this is where I want to be going. The subspecies pulchra, a little bit thicker leaf, a little bit fuzzier leaf, probably a little bit more drought tolerant, although it's swamp milkweed. So making choices and asking growers, well, is this subspecies, or what is it? How about varieties? So this is a taxonomic rank below that of species and subspecies, above that of form. And it's a distinct variant of a species that's not genetically isolated. So here we go. Viburnum nudum, variety nudum, Viburnum nudum, variety casinoides. Now there's some dispute in the trade as to how we label these plants. You'll see some places just saying Viburnum nudum and Viburnum casinoides. I like Lady Bird Johnson. I like her, her take on it, their take on it. So Viburnum nudum, Viburnum nudum, variety casinoides. Why does this matter? Well, here you go. Here's Viburnum nudum, variety casinoides, northern wild raisin. Great plant, wonderful plant. Here's Viburnum nudum, variety nudum, southern wild raisin. Well, as you can see, the bloom time is different. Okay, this is later bloom. Why do you care? Because virtually all of our native viburnums are self-infertile. They're just not able to do the job on their own. They need a genetically different plant of the same species in their proximity. So if you're counting on plants that bloom at different times to be pollination partners, you've missed the boat. And we have form. This is something you might have seen, Cornus florida, Forma rubra, Cercis canadensis, Forma alba. Here you go. No, this is actually, species plants, just a form. This is not a cultivar hybrid. You got to ask the question to make sure you know what you're getting. So that's flowering dogwood with that little different pinky form, or red, as they like to call it. Here's Cercis canadensis, looking very different from what you're used to. Forma alba, naturally occurring white form. So let's talk a little bit about native plant selection for cross-pollination. And suffice it to say that we do have to look into pollination syndromes, those floral traits that help determine what kind of pollinator is going to utilize what type of plant. But we need to go even beyond that. So we can think about monoecious plants. These are plant species that have perfect flowers on the same plant, or male and female flowers on the same plant. But what is key here is that some monoecious plants require cross-pollination to reproduce, to produce fruit, and so on, produce nuts in some cases. So here's some examples of monoecious natives that need a little help. They need a friend. Pawpaw, Simina triloba. Fantastic trees, deer-resistant, fruitful, wonderful. These really cool flowers, typically indicating a beetle or fly-pollinated plant. Sometimes they need a little help with hand pollination. They can be a little tough. And if you have a genetically different plant partner in close proximity, you get this really fantastic banana, mango-like fruit that's delicious, the largest fruit in North America. American hazelnut. The deer aren't really bad. I love using this plant, Corylus americana, American hazelnut. This is a wind-pollinated plant with a lot of low-quality pollen that comes up in early spring. And pollinators, they're not crazy about low-quality pollen, but if there's not a lot else around for early emerging pollinators, they'll use some of this. These, again, are wind-pollinated. And you get the nuts that are inside if you're able to accomplish that task. They will also cross-pollinate with Corylus cornuta, big hazelnut. All of our Prunus americana, wild plum. Plant's not so easy to find. It's kind of rangy and kind of cool. I love using it. Deer will eat it. Yes, they will. I'm sorry. In the rose family, those 5 petals are kind of giveaway. They need a pollination partner, genetically different. And then you get the fruit that's edible to us and wildlife. Beach plum, plant that has really gotten a lot of steam in the last few years because it's such a tough plant, beautiful a plant, and a great pollinator magnet. But again, got to have a pollination partner nearby that's genetically different in order to get the fruit. On both plants, I should clarify. Prunus virginiana, chokecherry, same thing. Same thing. Get the fruit, got to have friends. Then our blueberries, I'll just give you a couple. This is Vaccinium angustifolium, low bush blueberry, fantastic ground cover, very, very flexible plant about where it's planted. Makes fantastic ground cover with edible fruit. And best pollinated by some of our native bees, like bumblebees that use buzz sonication as their tool. Honeybees can't do that. And then we get the yummy little berries if we have that cross pollination. So in reality, if you've got one plant, you might get a fruit or two, but if you want to get more fruit, you got to get help. Wonderful fall color. And here's highbush blueberry, ditto. Same thing. You got to get a pollination partner. Now, cultivars, the name cultivars, you can figure out with the help of organizations like Rutgers, and they have a blueberry chart for cultivars. You can figure out what the bloom time is, but I really think using some of our straight species highbush blueberries, which are such fantastic plants, would be a great idea. And then we'll get that and great fall color. Here's another native viburnum I use a lot in shady areas, dry, acidic soil, maple leaf viburnum. It's a wonderful little plant. And again, fruitful, but it needs a little help from its friends. Viburnum dentatum, this one gets more complex. A lot of you may use cultivars of Viburnum dentatum, and that can be tricky because they don't all bloom at the same time. So make sure you're getting matched cultivars if you're going that direction. But these are, well, you've already seen how important that fruit is, right? Other monoecious natives that benefit from pollination partners, you'll get a better yield. Amelanchier, Carya, hickories, Crataegus, like even Winter King will do better with some friends. Beech, Galisacea, the huckleberries and juglans, rubus, sambucas, and so on. All of these will benefit from pollination partners. If you've ever grown elderberry, the black elderberry you would be growing for fruit, not the red. So that's toxic fruit, but always better when you've got more than one genetically different plant around. And then we get to dioecious plants. These are plant species that have male plants and female plants. Usually, sometimes weird things happen, I know, but just count on them being that way. We've got male flowers on one plant, female flowers on another plant. Like I said, sometimes like Ilex glabra pops up with a few male flowers on a female or a few female flowers on a male, but don't count on it. So our wonderful Diospyros virginiana, common persimmon, a really tough workhorse, deer resistant, beautiful tree, and fruitful. Love the checkerboard bark, loses a lot of that lower branching as it ages, wonderful tree to use in smaller spaces. And then we see the female blooms on the female, and if we've got a male around, then we can get the this wonderful fruit on the females only. Now, you don't want to eat it when it looks like this because you will pucker up pretty bad. You want to eat it when it's really super mushy and kind of unappetizing looking. That's when it's best. And here is, yes, this is being pitched by everybody as the antidote to boxwood. It really isn't, Ilex glabra. There appear to be no male cultivars in the trade at the moment. I did a little study with the Holly Society of America on this, and the one plant that we thought might be male, because that's what the grower was claiming it to be, Nordic, is not. It's actually a female. So if you're looking for fruit on Ilex glabra, which you should be looking for flowers, which will be very helpful on both plants, pollen only on the males, but the fruit is really helpful to wildlife. So you're going to need to pair up males and females. And the industry has not made this easy for us, but I think we have to rebel and just keep badgering for dioecious plants that are sexed when we're buying them, so we can do a better job for our clients and for our landscapes and for our environment. American holly, males and females, all the hollies that are native are going to be this way, Ilex verticillata, and so on. This is one case when cultivars are pretty well named and matched, so you don't have to sweat it so much. But again, get a toe in the water, start using these straight species. I taught a professional class, I don't know, maybe 4 months ago, I can't remember when it was. And one of the landscape designers piped up that they had spec'd straight species Ilex verticillata, but they were provided with both straight species and cultivars. Now, as you may recall, most of us had a pretty bad drought this past season. And she said the only plants that lived were the straight species. Completely anecdotal, right? But food for thought. So maybe they were better adapted to the conditions where they were planted. Eastern red cedar, another dioecious species, great wildlife plant because it's got evergreen needles where, you know, birds can hide from predators and bad winds, and then you get the drupes on the females. Great for birds, great for you if you're a gin drinker. A Lindera benzoin, spice bush, the antidote to the forsythia. One of my instructors years ago called forsythia the vomit of spring, an image I will never forget. This is, I know it's not as showy, and that's one of the reasons I like it. But this is a plant that does so many things well. It has early resources for pollinators that may be emerging early. It's a host plant. It's got fruit like this for birds at the right time in the late summer when birds are starting to fuel up for migration. Morella pennsylvanica, we saw this northern bayberry before. This is a wind pollinated plant, so something to consider when you're making selections and placing them. And fruit only on the females. Now, you know, this is another great source of food late in the season for birds and sometimes into winter. Pussy willow, willows are fantastic as host plants, as nectar and pollen plants. They are interesting in that they're insect pollinated and wind pollinated. Who knew? I spent some time early in the season going out with a hand lens to growers and trying to sex them for my clients. Sassafras, another one, dioecious. Recognize it from a lot of the crazy mint-like leaves. Also have some regular leaves too. Here is the male flower. Here's the female. Generally speaking, the male flowers tend to look showier than the female flowers on most plants. Not always the case, but generally speaking. And then you get these little eyeball-like fruits for birds and other wildlife. Some plants are even more complicated than monoecious and dioecious. New York Botanical Gardens got a whole resource on their website with information like this. Polygamodiaceae, these are plants that have female flowers and some bisexual flowers, or plants that have male flowers and some bisexual flowers. Oftentimes, Rhus aromatica, fragrant sumac, will be polygamodiaceous, makes life complicated. The male cones, the female flowers, excellent source for early bees in the spring, followed by fruit for wildlife. So here's some tips that I can share with you. For dioecious plants, I like to keep a tighter ratio than some people do. I think we tend to undervalue the pollen on the male plants. Really important because pollen is the key source of protein for pollinators. We tend to value just the fruit on females. That fruit's important too, but my personal preference is either 1-to-1 male to female, up to 1 male to 4 females. Depends on the species, depends on the size of the plant, and so on. But I like to value that pollen in addition to the fruit, and I think the bees kind of like that too. For monoecious plants, 2 genetically different plants of the same species where required. Well, this can be kind of tricky for you, right? It can be tricky to find growers that say, oh yeah, these are different. Likely that they've been grown from a cutting and making them genetic clones. So you can ask, are these seed grown? Well, there you're off to the races. And then of course, we always want to match the bloom times with plants that tend to have a range of bloom time for that species. This is not always the case. So my suggestion, keep the pollination partners close. For wind pollinated plants, how far is that pollen going to travel, right? If you're planting, say, Eastern red cedar in the front of a house and have that female there and the males going in the back of the house, is that pollen going to be able to travel through the house or over the house? Probably not best placement. Make it easy. Animal pollinated plants, make it easy for pollinators to find. Bees don't have very good vision, for example. Some bees have very limited flight ranges. A little tiny bee might only fly 100 feet in its lifetime. A big old bumblebee might go a mile or two, but it takes a lot of energy to do that. Make them easy to find, create targets of these plants. So here's another beautiful shot from Carolyn, who says natives aren't beautiful. It's from her own garden. This is my book. Make informed plant choices about plant life cycles. Plant perennial, is it annual, is it biennial, is it ephemeral? Well, what's a perennial? Anyway, when we're talking about perennial life cycles, it's a plant that persists for many growing seasons, 3 seasons or more. It includes woody plants. This gets people confused. I get it. An herbaceous plant that is flowering, that is a forb, is perennial, but that's a different story. So it does get a little confusing, but this is perennial life cycle we're talking about. Annuals can be very helpful in the landscape. These are plants that bloom, they produce seed, they die in one season. But that seed, if you're lucky, may result in the formation of new plants. Jewelweed, fantastic native annual, very underutilized. Yeah, deer eat it, I get it, but still. Chamaecosta fasciculata, partridge pea, often used annual, wonderful plant. And here's a little bit of a lesser known one that I like, Trichostema dichotomum, forked blue curls. This is in my own landscape. And it just reseeds wherever the heck it feels like. It's a big old bushy perennial, and the bees love it, especially bees like this that are a little bit too big for the job. Needs to go find a plant that's got a little bit better flower for it, but it's a fun plant. Then biennials, these are plants that complete their life cycle over 2 growing seasons. The first season, they grow foliage, typically at the small basal rosette at the soil level. Second season, they're going to grow the stem, they're going to flower, they're going to form seed, and then the mother plant dies back. So cirsiums, most of our cirsiums are biennial. Rudbeckia hirta, sometimes it functions as a biennial, sometimes an annual, sometimes a perennial. Go figure. I tend to think it tends to be a biennial. Verbena hastata, and I forgot to put one here, Campanulastrum americanum, tall bellflowers, one of my absolute favorite biennials. I have to grow up from seed because I can't find them for sale anywhere. Here's Verbena hastata, fantastic, beautiful biennial. And then ephemerals, we talked a little bit about this, where most of us are, in at least the East Coast in New England and such. These are going to be woodland wildflowers that emerge in the spring. They die back in the summer, but those underground structures are remaining viable. Examples would be that Claytonia species, Virginica or Carolinina, trout lilies, Erythronium, Dicentra cucullaria. These are all ephemerals. But in other parts of the country, there are also desert ephemerals, mudflat ephemerals. I don't know much about those because I don't live there. So here's Dutchman's breeches that we spoke about. And then knowing a plant and if it has a tendency to be a prolific reseeder can really be helpful. Here are just a couple. So this is smooth aster, Symphytotrichum levi, and Lobelia syphilitica. These like to throw a lot of seed. Now, if you are an ecological practitioner, you are leaving your plant standing, your herbaceous perennial standing through winter as a seed source for critters. But know that the birds and the chipmunks and whoever's coming out isn't going to get every seed. You're going to have volunteers. So this does add some additional maintenance to remove the unwanted seedlings. So I think I'm hearing somebody. Please mute yourselves if you're not asking a question. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we love you too. Hang up on there. Okay. So you are going to have to factor in some additional maintenance. In my own landscape, I pot these up and reuse them, in other landscapes. Stoloniferous plants. These are plants that have stems, aka stolons, that grow horizontally above ground. Runners are a type. These are great as ground covers. Things like Fragaria virginiana. Love, love, love it. Pacra obovata, a sister plant to Pacra aurea, related species. Phlox stolonifera, creeping phlox. These are all great ground covers. Here's Phlox stolonifera. And then we get rhizomatous plants that have modified stems that run horizontally underground. So common milkweed, an obedient plant, not so obedient, Physostegia virginiana, and Anemone canadensis. Know that they are going to fill in an area. This one sure has in my own landscape. And sometimes these plants really benefit from some hardscape borders. So rhizomatous and stoloniferous plants, they're cost effective. They make great ground covers. They may not play well with all plants. So combine them with other species that have a similar growth pattern for best success. How about congeners, members of the same taxonomic genus? So these are some questions that I ask. Is the species I'm thinking about using native regionally? If not, how close is it its native range? If it's really not close by, I'm probably not going to use it. If I'm working in a landscape in a natural area or near a natural area, I really want to be cognizant of any chance of hybridization with a local gene pool. That's a no-no. We don't want to do that. Does the species you're thinking about provide the ecological functions that your ecosystem needs that you're working on? And if it's a nearby native, does it have an aggressive growth habit that could threaten local species? Aggressive nearby natives are not on my plant palette. So here's an example where different species in a genus may provide different ecological support. Here are 3 types of turtle heads: Chelone glabra, Chelone leonii, Chelone obliqua. There they are. All beautiful plants. This is native where I am, Chelone glabra. Why do I care other than the fact that it's regionally appropriate where I am? Well, one reason I care is it's the only Chelone that I've been able to see documentation for as a larval host plant for the Baltimore checker spot. Maybe somewhere out there, there's a study that's looked at Leonii or obliqua. I haven't seen it. So if I'm trying to support Baltimore checker spot butterflies, which are, in trouble like most of our butterflies, this is the go-to plant. Straight species versus nativars. Gosh, I bet you're all getting heated up now. This is a hot topic. Well, here's my take. This is my take. I always think that straight species natives are going to be best for biodiversity, best for genetic diversity, and best for ecological function. Mother Nature made them a certain way for a reason, right? But here's the thing: when you're buying straight species natives, know that where you're sourcing from, they may not be growing them all from seed. They may be growing from vegetatively, like from cuttings or tissue culture, because it's a lot easier and it's a lot cheaper. But that results in clones for at least that plant that you've bought. Obviously, when it sets seeds, then you're in a different place. But always ask. How about nativars? So these are the cultivars of native plants. Many, many, many are grown as clones. If you see a patent, it's cloned, period, end of story. So what's my take on this? If you have a reason to use a nativar, maybe you can't, but a 10-foot Joe Pye weed in the landscape, but a dwarf Joe Pye could fit, okay, and it's a good plant, appropriate for the site and the region, I can deal with that. I do use some cultivars from time to time. But I think that if we think about naturally occurring forms, naturally occurring colors, those are going to be the best choices for pollinators. And we always want plants that are ecologically productive. So there are some really bad dwarf shrubs that are native cultivars that have just lost their eco juice. I call these green meatballs. I completely confused one of my students with this a couple of weeks ago. She said, "What is this green meatball?" She was not from originally from North America.
Hi, do you need a chat?
Guys can, Zach, you're going to have to cancel
Yep,
those.
I'm trying to find in the
Thank
list
you.
of 150. Yep.
So here is our native American cranberry bush, Viburnum opulus, variety Americanum, used to be called Viburnum trilobum. That's when things were easier. And it's beautiful plants, great for wildlife. Here's a green meatball. This is this awful thing, Bailey compact, which rarely flowers or fruits. Not just me talking. I've actually seen references from plant trials on this. Why would you use this? I get it, space. It's viburnum. You're trying to get genetically different plant partners in the same area. You're limited on space. But if you're not getting a lot of flowers or fruit, what's the point? Here's another beautiful native plant, Cornus sericea, rhodose or dogwood. Fantastic fruit for birds, beautiful plant. Here's another green meatball, Kelsey's dwarf, Kelsey. Not so great. And for those of you who have tried to buy native dwarf cultivars, you probably have had a few experiences where they way outgrow the size that they're supposed to be. Also, that can happen, not always, but it can happen. It may be mismarked. Here's our fantastic Monarda didyma we looked at better before, hummingbird magnet. Here's a dog. Here's Monarda hybrid, Monarda fireball. I've never yet found a dwarf Monarda that was worth buying. Just a terrible plant. It's going to die too. It's not going to look like that for long. Heliopsis helianthoides, false sunflower. excellent plant for a wildlife landscape. It attracts lots of different pollinators. This isn't as bad as some of the others, but it has semi-double flowers. You're not going to get the same amount of nectar. You're not going to get the same amount of pollen. It's a little thing. It's about 18 inches tall, but you've got a trade-off in terms of using this dwarf. Here's another case. New England aster, incredible wildlife plant, but big, can get up to 6 feet tall. And here's purple dome, 18 inches, semi-double flowers. You're not going to see the same amount of insect activity. Sometimes you don't have a lot of choices, guys. I get it. Space constraints are what they are, but understand this and make your decisions in context. Oddball colors can really matter with nativoirs. Native pollinators have evolved to recognize and utilize certain flower colors, certain leaf colors, and so on. And that some dark leaf colors may deter insect herbivory. Great work from Emily Baisden and Doug Tallamy on this. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Why is it so hard to find this plant? Physocarpus pilifolius, the real deal, the straight species. I spent a lot of my time looking for crazy plants like this I can't find for sale. What I find is this. Okay, summer wine black or some other, sorry, monstrosity. Maybe you love it. I apologize in advance. But this does matter to the 9-bark leaf beetle that's evolved to specialize on 9-bark. And we have other cases like this where we're deterring butterfly and moth caterpillars from feeding on oddly colored foliage. Here's Echinacea purpurea, purple coneflower, just a perfect plant on its own, doesn't need any help. Why do we do this? Why do we make these freaks of nature that not really nature, not really natural? This is a hybrid. Echinacea sombreros, also red. Would never use this. Why? Well, it's a really good bee plant and butterfly, but bees in particular, they don't see very well, and they have a very difficult time distinguishing red from green. They see on a UV spectrum. They really can't make this out. This is a bad bee choice. Try to skip double-flowered plants for pollinators. What you think is gorgeous might be absolute starvation for a pollinator. Here we go. Here's this monstrosity, Echinacea purpurea pink double delight. We've replaced through breeding the cone with extra petals. If there is any remnant nectar or pollen in there, pollinator can't get to it. And forget about seeds for birds. Those goldfinches that seek these out late in the summer, well, they're out of luck, Chuck. We want to use plants that look like what they're supposed to be, function this way they're supposed to function. If we use sterile plants, they don't produce seeds for wildlife, and this is part of our equation. So here you go, a plant that's often sold as a native. It is not. It is a hybrid between Gostige funiculum and the Korean mint. And it's a great plant for nectar. It's not a great plant for seeds because it doesn't reseed. It's a sterile plant. Here's the ticket, either a Gostige funiculum, maybe a Gostige scrophularifolio, depending on where you are. They got everything. They got the nectar, the pollen, the seed. It's great. Sometimes cultivars are really hard to resist. Many of you are familiar with the plant trials at the Mount Cuba Center. They started including pollinator attractiveness in their plant trials a few years ago. I think being close to Doug Tallamy probably helped that. And this is Phlox paniculata gina. It's thought that this was selected from the wild because it had flowers a little bit smaller and very easy for butterflies to access. And in fact, this particular cultivar outperformed the next cultivar down of Phlox paniculata by a factor of, I think, 4 or 5 times. So should we all run out and use this cultivar? No, we should not. We should try to seek out Phlox paniculata, straight species, and try to increase the gene pool. So if a pest or disease hits, we have more genetic diversity with the plant species. So questions to ask about nativars. So grow from seed. There are some nativars that grow from seed. That's where I want to be if I can. So grown asexually, as I said, if it's a vegetative cutting, if it's tissue culture grown, you've got a clone in your hands. And this is important in terms of making good decisions. Is there a reason, a good reason to use the nativar instead of straight species? Oftentimes not. Is it useful to pollinators? Is it useful to other wildlife in a full ecological fashion? So my thoughts on native plant selection: emphasize local straight species natives, plant diversely, but also plant sufficiently. This is my concept of achieving floral balance. We want diverse plant species for a diverse array of creatures, but we also want to create targets so the creatures can find them. Emulate the natural layers of the reference ecosystem, and I hope you can find one because it's really helpful. And always, always, always plant the right native plant in the right place. So I made it on time because I was talking really fast. I welcome contact from anyone who has a question after the conference is over. If you're interested in my website, that'd be great too. But I thank you so much for spending time with me. And I guess we'll move along, little doggy, to the speaker garden. Is that the next step, guys?
Kim, I actually think that we're going to hang here for a little
Good.
while and
Beautiful.
answer questions until the next speaker comes in
Sounds good.
around 2:25.
Fantastic.
All
All right. Questions? Are you guys feeling them, or am I taking a look here?
right. Yeah, we can field some questions, I believe.
Okay.
Hunter, you can see the questions on the document, correct?
I don't see the new questions
Here,
on
I
the
can-
Oh, okay. If you scroll down, they might be there.
Okay.
Okay.
did
Well,
a
actually, I can
page
read them,
break.
guys. This is
Okay.
fine. I can see them. So Susie's asking, can you let me know what book by author Jared? So yes, here we go. I don't know if it'll come up on screen. Can you see it? Wild Plant Culture just came out. So it's a guide to restoring edible and medicinal native plant communities, which is interesting in and of itself. But I just love the fact that he's packaging this in the plant community package. Let's see what else we have. Yep, ecoregion map, super. Okay, all right. Verbicina, wingstem, very aggressive invaders. Okay, remember about using that word invader. So if a plant is native to the ecoregion in question, then we can't really call it an invasive. We can call it aggressive, right? And there are many super aggressive to the point of thuggish native plants that sometimes come in really handy. And so if we're using these plants, we may have to edit. Yep, thank you. Damn botanists keep changing the names. Ain't that the truth? They won't have a job if they can't change it based on DNA. Catherine says, are you saying partner must be different cultivar or male or female? So where we have dioecious plants, we have male plants and female plants. And we can source those as straight species. And sometimes with some plants, we can source as cultivars. On occasion, you might be able to mix and match a straight species plant with a cultivar, depending on bloom time and so on, avoiding the green meatballs. Okay. When you say friends, which friends? Okay, I'm not sure what that means. Let's see. Okay, so Nick is saying Hort staff at Mount Auburn Cemetery tried to establish low bush blueberry a number of times, never had much success. Yeah, because some of these plants, they kind of like what they want. You know, they like what they like. So acidic soil is really key for blueberries. Interesting, low bush blueberry has a pretty wide threshold for dry versus moist to even wet, but I tend to use it in drier soils with success. If the deer eat it, which they will, that may be one of the reasons they couldn't establish it. Somebody likes the forsythia analogy. Yeah, Jonathan says, had trouble with low bush blueberry, but the drought, no initial irrigation likely to blame. So guys, it used to be that, you know, I could say, once native plants are established, you don't have to ever irrigate. We're in a different world now. Okay. We've had 3 droughts where I am in the last 3 years, really serious droughts. And it's, you know, you kind of have to use some common sense and say, maybe I should do some irrigation, some supplemental irrigation to keep these things going, especially with newly planted plants. The clients that listened to me last year did really, really well. Clients that didn't do so well. And some plants that never showed drought stress last year were really in bad shape, but we're going to have to pay more attention. The other kind of downside of this drought business is that flowers tend to stop producing as much nectar. They may actually shut down nectar delivery in extreme heat and without irrigation. This is not good. So yeah. So what I say is native plants are low maintenance, not no maintenance, and any plant that you put in the ground needs your care. If Mother Nature's not delivering the irrigation, and you're going to have to do that, and making sure that we're providing our clients with maintenance information, really clear maintenance information, and welcoming their calls when they have a question. Build that into your fees. Build it into your fees. Most people are going to need some help past the initial installation. Okay, Nick says a white flowered smaller forsythia. It's actually quite nice. You have it, Nick. Okay, all yours. Okay, yeah. So right plant, right place. Another thing about low bush blueberry. Yeah, right plant, right place can really matter with certain plants. And if they're not where they want to be, they will fail. Some plants have a wider threshold, and you're going to find out. You're going to find out. Let's see. And by the way, not having snow as an insulator over the winter season has been really bad news for a lot of our plants that kind of depend on that. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Nick's saying nothing to base it on. Also suspect, oh yeah, we get a whole discussion about mycorrhizal associations. Yeah. Finding the Mother Tree, good book to read, one of my many recommendations on books. And I remember talking about mycorrhizal fungi years ago, and people thought it was nuts. I have an interview with Dr. Roger Coita from Brigham Young. It's like, it was probably like 12 years ago on my website about mycorrhizal fungi. Yeah, we're starting to understand this stuff, aren't we? And that could be part of the deal. Low bush blueberry. Boy, you guys are really set on blue bush blueberry. Could you speak a little more about pollinator radius and their lifespan? Depends on the pollinator. So in North America, it's thought that we have about 4,000 species of native bees. And according to some bee experts like Sam Droege, about 10% of those aren't even named yet. This is really crazy. And if you Pollinator Partnership, I think, used to have, I'm trying to remember who published this fabulous poster with an amalgamation of different native bees. They're little ones, they're big ones, they're ones with short tongues and long tongues. Some don't even look like bees, some are strong, some are weak. But flying distance will depend on that strength level. And of course, resources available for a bee. So a little tiny native bee might only fly, like I said, 100 feet in its lifetime, and a bigger, stronger bee like a bumblebee might be able to go a mile or two, but it expends energy. Okay, so they're eating nectar for that energy, and then they're expending it. They need even more resources. Keep resources close. Think about connectivity with other landscapes. Spread your project, spread the love. You finish on this landscape, ask the adjacent landscapes if they need help. Build that connected ecosystem for these creatures. Let's see. Yeah, Taylor Creek has bellflower. What a cool plant. Love it, love it, love it. When a straight species clone plant sets seeds, do we know if that impacts the genetic makeup? I doubt it, but I'm not a scientist, so I think that's an interesting question and something that we should be asking. I do a lot of plants from seed for clients that I can't find because I know how great they are and I want them for the clients. It's very tedious, and I'll never make money on it because it's so time consuming, but I think growing more plants from seed, even if you're contracting out from locally sourced seed, local genotypes, is a really great approach.
I hate to jump in and be the bearer of bad news. I do want to make sure we catch a break and have a chance to do a quick check with the next speaker. I encourage everyone who's interested in continuing the conversation, though, to do so in the speaker garden. And I do have one more housekeeping question for you, Kim, which is if there are unanswered questions that we've been able to capture in the chat that you weren't able to get to, though you got to a great deal of them, which thank you so much.
Sure.
Can we send them to you via email to answer asynchronously?
Sure, absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. And enjoy the rest of the conference. Great speakers.
Hi there. Welcome back. And thank you for joining us for the third session of Building and Maintaining Plant Communities track today. My name is Leslie, and I serve on the ELA Board of Directors, and I will be your host for this session. We are sure you will enjoy hearing from our next presenter, Tom Biebighauser. Tom has restored over 2,850 wetlands and streams across Canada, in 26 United States, in New Zealand, Puerto Rico, and Taiwan since 1979. Having built over 1,400 dams, he has since decommissioned over 300 dams. Tom has developed highly effective and low-cost techniques for building wetlands and streams for endangered species across North America. The habitats he builds require little, if any, maintenance and do not involve the use of diversions, dams, dikes, pipes, or pumps. Tom has written 4 books about wetland restoration. I hope you'll share those book titles with us, Tom, and has received over 44 awards for his outstanding contributions. So please join me in welcoming Tom Biebighauser.
Well, thank you. Great to be with you. Look forward to talking about wetlands and vernal ponds with everybody. Well, vernal pools, they are wetlands that dry up from time to time. I mean, these are puddles that go dry. And the vernal pool that you're looking at the screen, we built this at McBrayer Elementary School in Moorhead, Kentucky in 2005. And we built this vernal pond in only 4 hours of time using a dozer. The wetland fills up in the spring and it dries in the fall. Now, vernal pools are also called vernal ponds, ephemeral wetlands, and sometimes seasonal wetlands. And these names all describe wetlands that contain water for part of the year. And these vernal pools, they'll fill up with water in the spring, oftentimes drying up in late summer or fall. And the photos you're looking at here show a vernal pool that we built on the Danube National Forest in Kentucky in 2006. And this vernal pool is connected to groundwater, and it goes dry when the elevation of groundwater drops. Vernal pools can be located in open fields, meadows, or in forested areas. And those vernal pools that are located in open areas really contain a greater diversity of flowering plants. And you're looking at a vernal pool here that was constructed from we're using soils that were high in clay, and it's not connected to the groundwater. So when evaporation exceeds precipitation, this vernal pool will go dry. Vernal pools are truly exciting places to visit. And you're listening to male western chorus frogs. They're calling to attract females in a small vernal pool. And this is near the community of Tampico, Indiana. And I recorded this video yesterday. Look at how small that vernal pool is and how full of life it is. Vernal pools can be wonderlands for children to explore. And when you visit a vernal pool, you're likely to see wood ducks. Maybe you'll see mallards, like in this photo. And the mallards are frequent visitors to the vernal pools because they contain so much for them to eat. And these are important places for the mallards to find food. And vernal pools contain an abundance of invertebrates. And this is what the ducklings rely on for food when they're growing up. Now, white-tailed deer will make great use of vernal pools. And research shows that it's mainly because, well, first of all, they get water to drink, but the plants in the vernal pool are very high in sodium. If you look at the plants growing in and around vernal pools, they can contain over 1,000 parts per million of sodium. And some of these plants can have as much as 10,000 parts per million of sodium, where most of our terrestrial plants are 1/100th that amount. The wild turkey will make use of vernal pools for drinking. And when the vernal pool goes dry, you'll see the wild turkey feeding on the life in the vernal pool. Now, the rusty blackbird, it lives and feeds near vernal pools, and populations of rusty blackbirds are declining across much of North America. Now, bats depend on vernal pools for water, especially the females in the summer when they're lactating. Now, we captured this Indiana bat, which is a federally endangered species, over a small vernal pool wetland that we had built on the Danube National Forest in Kentucky. You're looking at two very rare bats. The one on the left is the Rafinesque big-eared bat. It has that silver color. And the one on the right is the Virginia big-eared bat. It has that yellow color. And these female bats are using the vernal pools for drinking during the summer because they're nursing. And we captured these bats by placing mist nets over the water of vernal pools. And the chins of the bats are generally wet when we pull them out of the net because they've been skimming the water to get something to drink. Here's an eastern box turtle, and they use vernal pools, especially in the summer, for food and for water. And they burrow into the mud of a vernal pool so they can stay cool in the summer. Shorebirds like the American avocet, they make great use of vernal pools, not only for breeding, but for migration. The changing water level in the vernal pool is really important to exposing mud flats that contain invertebrates that shorebirds use for food. That changing water is just critical. Rosemel or hibiscus, it's a flowering plant that grows along the edges of vernal pools. And the juices of this plant were once used to make the fluff and the puff and marshmallows. Here's a cardinal flower. We see these around vernal pools and forested areas. And this plant was named after the beautiful robes that were worn by the cardinals in the Catholic Church. Now, the flowers that are growing and blooming around vernal pools are so important to pollinators. And this monarch is using the flower of a button bush, and the button bushes will grow in and around vernal pools. But yet, many of the butterflies, including the monarch, will use the mud flats around vernal pools to obtain their minerals. And as these mud flats are exposed, it really brings in the butterflies, an important part of their life cycle. Here's an endangered rusty-patched bumblebee, and we can see these using the flowering plants growing around vernal pools. And these mallards are finding a lot to eat. And when you see duck butts, you know that there's a lot for that duck to feed on. And vernal pools are filled with invertebrates and plant seeds that waterfowl use for food. Vernal pools do not support fish because they go dry. A fisheries biologist once told me, if you don't have water, you don't have fish. Well, if you don't have water, you may have a vernal pool. So the lack of fish in a vernal pool is the main factor that makes vernal pools so unique. Fish basically eat anything that they can get into their mouth. This explains why wetlands that contain fish often have very low populations of frogs, toads, salamanders, and invertebrates. Another bonus to vernal pools is that they do not provide good habitat for the American bullfrog to breed. And this is because the American bullfrog, its larvae or tadpoles require 2 years to develop. So if your wetland or vernal pool is drying every year, their tadpoles can't develop. Now, the American bullfrog is a very serious, ferocious predator that can control populations of other frogs, toads, salamanders, and invertebrates. And that's why vernal pools have such a great diversity of life in them. You're looking at a fairy shrimp, and about the only place you're going to find this crustacean is in a vernal pool, which of course doesn't contain fish. Now, these young men are pretty excited because they found fairy shrimp in a vernal pool. And we found these in a vernal pool in Kentucky during the month of January. Now, this vernal pool isn't much to look at, but it provides critical habitat to fairy shrimp, which is important habitat to waterfowl because they use the fairy shrimp for food. Now, the clam shrimp is another crustacean that depends on vernal pools for breeding. And the clam shrimp is also an important food for waterfowl and for many shorebirds. Dragonflies will use vernal pools for breeding, again, because they're not getting eaten by fish. Now, there's quite a few ducks that are jumping off of this vernal pool. And I know it's a vernal pool because of the high waterfowl use. You see, the vernal pool is teeming with invertebrates that the ducks can use for food. And what we find is that if you want to help waterfowl protect a vernal pool or restore a vernal pool, because they're going to contain so many animals and vertebrates that waterfowl rely on for food. Now, this photo, it shows quite a few ducks using a 1-year-old vernal pool that we built near Meadow Creek, British Columbia, Canada. And I'd like you to see if you can count the number of ducks using this vernal pool. I'm going to give you a few more seconds. It's hard to do. Each little dot is a duck. And look at how many are on the logs too. Well, if I were with you in person, I'd give you a prize for the right answer. There are 86 ducks using this vernal pool that's about 1 acre in size. Now, here's a natural vernal pool. There aren't too many of these left anymore. This is one on the Danube National Forest in Kentucky on top of a mountain, and it has quite a diversity of frogs, toads, and salamanders. It does not contain fish. Spring peepers are frogs that reproduce in vernal pools. Chorus frogs, we listened to them a minute ago. They live and reproduce in vernal pools because they don't contain fish or bullfrogs. And you're looking at the larvae here of the American toad. These are tadpoles, and they're using a recently constructed vernal pool, and they're in the very shallow water that's quite warm in the sunlight. Now, the marbled salamander depends on vernal pools for breeding. Females will lay their eggs in a dry vernal pool in the fall, and they're going to crawl beneath logs in the dry vernal pool, lay their eggs, and when the rains return, these eggs are going to hatch, and they end up being the big kid on the block, the large larva, and they grow really fast and develop early in the spring. Now, we're looking at a wood frog here. You can tell it by the black mask and that white stripe on the lips. And they are one of the earliest breeders in a vernal pool. Right now, you're going to find them breeding in vernal pools. When they call, they sound like a duck. And they're using vernal pools oftentimes when there's still ice on the water. So here's a mass of wood frog eggs, and you'll find these in February when there's still ice around that vernal pool. Now here's an interesting creature. This is the newt, the red-spotted newt, and they would do quite well in vernal pools that don't dry up and don't have fish. So if you have a wetland and it's not drying up and it doesn't have fish, the red-spotted newt and other newts will increase in numbers. But if their numbers get high, they will control wood frogs and eat all the eggs and larvae in that vernal pool. So if your vernal pool goes dry every year, the newt populations won't increase and the wood frogs will breed successfully. Now, this is a fairly unattractive vernal pool. If we were having a vernal pool design star competition, this would not win any awards. This vernal pool was made by an elk. It's an elk wallow, but vernal pools don't have to be attractive to provide habitat for diversity of species. How about this vernal pool? I agree, it's pretty ugly. I built this on Yakanuki Lower Kootenay Band Reserve in British Columbia, Canada. And the reason it doesn't look so good is that the reed canary grass is dying. This is a non-native invasive species. When we restore the vernal pool, the reed canary grass is flooded long enough that it starts to die. But oh, did we see the shorebirds using this vernal pool. Even small vernal pools can have great value to animals. This vernal pool is probably the size of the desk in front of you. It supports clam shrimp, marble salamanders, and mountain chorus frogs. Pretty good for a little pool. Now, vernal pools are once common features on the landscape. Most of them have been drained, leveled, and filled. And in this photo, you see quite a complex of vernal pools, and they're in an old pasture on the Shawnee National Forest in Illinois. Now, this is where large trees once grew in a swamp or a forested wetland. Now, the large trees were cut, and what you're looking at are smaller trees that are growing, but the vernal pools are where the root masses came out of the ground when the large trees fell over. And the mounds where the small trees are growing, those are where the root masses decomposed from the trees that fell over. Now, we call this pit and mound topography, and you see it in very few places. But if you are working to restore a swamp or a forested wetland, you want to bring back this pit and mound topography and have hundreds, if not thousands, of vernal pools for wildlife. Now, what's this farmer doing? Leveling a field, filling in the low spots that were vernal pools using adjacent topsoil, and leveling the field so it will drain so it can be farmed. And this is how many vernal pools have been destroyed across North America. Oh, these people are digging a ditch in the early 1900s, and they're digging ditches to drain wetlands or vernal pools so they can farm the fields. Now, would you think about building a vernal pool at this location? You're looking at 2 drainage ditches, and these were hand dug to drain a vernal pool and to move a stream. And this is a great place to restore a vernal pool because the ditches come together at right angles, a telltale sign that wetlands have been drained on the site. Now, people have been burying structures made from wood and rock in the ground for hundreds of years to drain vernal pools and wetlands for farming and for urban development. And many, many classes have been taught where people have been draining these vernal pools. And what we're looking at here is a plate from an old book, and it shows where to place buried drainage structures to drain a wetland area. Now, here a professor is showing a class how to drain a wetland using clay drain tiles that are buried in the ground. Now, this technique of installing buried clay tiles has been around in the United States and Canada since 1838. Now, look at how nicely dressed the professor is. Would you like to dig a ditch wearing those nice clothes? So here's where we found some clay tiles that have been buried in the ground to drain a vernal pool in Virginia. Now, the soil that was covering these clay tiles washed away during a flood, and that's how we could tell that the vernal pool had been drained with these clay tiles. Now, you see these long and narrow vernal pools in this photo? This is an indication that there used to be a much larger wetland on the site, but it's been drained for farming. The ridges are called lands. The long and narrow vernal pools are called dead furrows. Horses and mules pulling scrapers moved the soil from the dead furrows to create the ridges or lands, and that way they could farm the ridges or lands. And we took this photo on Cape Cod in Massachusetts. Would you build a wetland here? I would. This forest used to be a vernal pool and a wetland. The red dashed arrow shows you the location of a hand-dug drainage ditch that was dug to drain the wetland over 200 years ago. The soil that was removed from digging the ditch was piled on the right-hand side of the ditch. Vernal pools can be restored. You're looking at a vernal pool that was restored from a farm field, and the farm field had been created by draining wetlands. So individuals are building vernal pools across North America to provide habitat for a diversity of animals and plants. The vernal pool you see in this photo was built on the Daniel Boone National Forest in Kentucky in 2008. The vernal pool is supplied primarily with groundwater, and when the water table recedes, the vernal pool goes dry. And here's a large cornfield on the Muscatatuck National Wildlife Refuge in Indiana. And this cornfield was made by draining wetlands and by cutting trees and swamps. This was over probably 100, 200 years ago. And we decided to use heavy equipment to build vernal pools in this field. And we wanted to provide migratory habitat for the sandhill cranes. So we built a series of vernal pools in the field. And the same year, the sandhill cranes showed up and started using the vernal pools. Pretty cool. This is an eastern spadefoot. It's really not a frog. It's really not a toad, but it's similar to both. And eastern spadefoot populations are declining throughout Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and other eastern states. And this is a species that depends on vernal pools that contain water for less than a couple months during the summer for breeding. And I've been working with Ian Ives and Mass Audubon for over 10 years now to build vernal pools to provide breeding habitat for the eastern spadefoot on Cape Cod. And here's how one of the sites appeared before we built a vernal pool. This is a canopy gap in the forest. The slope is less than 6%. There's less than a 3-foot change in elevation from the upper to lower edge of the opening. And the soils are high in sand. There's no groundwater, there's no clay. So it'll be necessary to use an aquatic safe liner in order to build a vernal pool on this site. So we brought in an excavator and we removed the plants and the topsoil from the construction site. We stockpiled these for later spreading in the completed vernal pool. And in building a vernal pool with any wetland, it's of critical importance that you're on site working with the operator to build the vernal pond. You need to take measurements, you need to monitor soil texture, you need to look at depth and slopes and widths and everything when installing an aquatic safe liner. You just can't do this from the office. So here we've built a basin with gradual slopes, looks like a big satellite dish, and it's deepest in the middle. Now we place a thick layer of geotextile in the basin to protect the aquatic safe liner from puncture. Then we place a one-piece factory seamed aquatic safe liner over the geotextile. And the final step involves placing a layer of geotextile over the aquatic safe liner. The geotextile and the aquatic safe liner are trimmed and anchored along the top edge so they don't move when they're being covered with soil. And here the excavator uses care in covering the liner with soil, about 6 inches of soil. We don't allow heavy equipment to travel over the liner because if heavy equipment were to travel over the liner, they could puncture the liner. So I have used the steps that I've described to build hundreds of vernal pools using these liners, aquatic safe liners. And people ask me, how long will these wetlands last? I think they're going to last hundreds, if not thousands of years. When you bury an aquatic safe liner in the ground, cover it with soil and cover it with water, it's not going to decompose. So here's the finished wetland basin. We've sown it to native plants and seeds. We've mulched it with straw, and we're ready for the plants to grow and for the water to fill it up. So many times when building vernal pools, we're able to establish plants on the soil that's removed from building the wetland to help pollinators, like the rusty-patched bumblebee. So here's a newly constructed vernal pool. It's now filling up with water in the spring. And here it's almost full. Mass Audubon has been monitoring amphibian use of these constructing vernal pools. And they have found that the eastern spadefoot is now laying eggs in the constructed vernal pools on Cape Cod. And more importantly, the eggs are hatching. So we're developing these into toadlets. And more exciting is that the eastern spadefoots that have emerged from these constructed vernal pools are now returning to the same vernal pools for breeding. So we've really been able to help the species on Cape Cod by constructing vernal pools where they've been drained. Now here's one of the few remaining vernal pools. This is on the Yakanuki Lower Kootenay Band Reserve near British Columbia, Canada. And if you look in the distance on this photo, you'll see a row of willows. These are growing on higher ground around the edge of the vernal pool basin. Now in 2016, there's only one breeding population of the northern leopard frog in British Columbia. And this was in the Creston Valley, on the Creston Valley Wildlife Management Area in British Columbia. And what we found is that because of non-native fish coming into wetlands and because of the non-native American bullfrog, the only place we could expect successful breeding of the northern leopard frog was in vernal pools that had a long hydro period. Not long enough for bullfrogs, and of course, not long enough for fish. So in the field work we are doing in southern British Columbia showed that the majority of these natural vernal pools that have been supporting amphibians had been drained. They've been drained by digging ditches for farming, and they've been drained when impoundments were built by Ducks Unlimited Canada in the 1970s. So in this photo, you're looking at a drainage ditch that was dug to drain hundreds of natural vernal pools so that artificial impoundments could be built along the Kootenay River, where the northern leopard frog was once common. And in these areas where the wetlands have been drained, you'll find this tall, reed canary grass. And this is growing where vernal pools were located and have been drained. And I found that the reed canary grass provides strong indication that wetlands once occurred on the site. Now here's Marc-Andre Boucher. He's the manager of the Creston Valley Wildlife Management Area. And he took the lead in organizing a team of us to provide breeding habitat, to develop pools so that we could provide breeding habitat for the northern leopard frog. And we plan to build the wetlands in old fields in between where the northern leopard frog was breeding and where the northern leopard frog was wintering in the bottom of the old goat channel. So this frog team, we realized there's an urgent need to build these vernal pools that dried late in the fall to discourage colonization by non-native bass and by the American bullfrog, or we're going to lose the species. So here's a map that shows where the 6 vernal pools were that we designed for the project in the year 2016. And these were designed to fill with groundwater and precipitation in the fall. And then when the elevation of the water table went up, they would fill completely. But when it went down in late fall, the vernal pools would go dry. So we built these wetlands in old fields that were dominated by reed canary grass, and these were bordering areas of cattails. And the soils in the valley were silt loam. They were 4 foot thick near the surface with clay below the silt loam. And precipitation and snow melt would saturate the silt loam. So we planned on building the wetlands so they would fill in late fall with runoff and groundwater and then dry in winter and spring. Dry in the fall. Okay. So these sites are pretty soggy and heavy equipment could get stuck on them. So we brought in an excavator and we used logs to make portable rafts to keep the excavators from sinking. And we placed these logs in front of the machine, and the machine would climb up on the logs and move the logs with them as they were building the wetland. Now, these logs prevented the excavator operator from becoming stuck in the mud. The logs averaged 20 inches in diameter and were about 20 feet long, and they were cut from live trees so they wouldn't break when the excavator was on them. And here's Ted Crane. He's an excavator operator, and he's standing on the logs that provided his machine with flotation. Now, one would sink up to their knees in mud if you stepped off of these logs. Now, Ted is one of the best wetland builders I've ever met in my 44 years of building wetlands. And here's Ted Crane on the excavator, and he's staying afloat on these logs, and he's building a large vernal pool for the northern leopard frog. The dozer is moving the soil away from the excavator. The dozer has what we call swamp pads or wide tracks. It's low ground pressure, so it won't get stuck in the mud. And here the dozer operator is working to move the soil away from the excavator that is creating the vernal pool. And here the dozer operator is spreading the soil. We've allowed it to freeze overnight so that we can shape it. And here the vernal pool is as it's beginning to fill with groundwater. And this is as it's being dug. And this vernal pool, we dug this the day before. And you see all the pits and mounds we put in it? We did this purposely. And the reason for this is it reduces colonization by cattails and by reed canary grass. So if we have this varied topography in the vernal pool, we have these pits and mounds and ridges and depressions, we're going to have a greater diversity of amphibians, we're going to have a greater diversity of invertebrates, and no one plant can take over because of the various water depths. So here's one of the wetlands we built the first spring when it filled, and we built 6 different wetlands of all different shapes, sizes, and depths. So these vernal pools dry at different times of the year. The basins were built with numerous pits and mounds, and we're finding quite a diversity of plants colonizing these vernal pools. Now, see the large woody debris? We purposely hauled in large woody debris and placed them in these vernal pools that we're building. And this is because we had western painted turtles, a species at risk, and they would bask on these logs. And also the woody debris would provide hiding spots for the northern leopard frog that was using the wetland areas. So here's one of the shallowest vernal pools that we built. It dries early in the fall and it has only about a foot of water in it. However, in a wet year, this is the only vernal pool that will go dry. We find a diversity of plants growing in our vernal pools as they dry, and these are important for pollinators. The plant you're looking at is called bidens. This project was a huge success. The restored wetlands are being used by the northern leopard frog and many other species like the western painted turtle, and the tracks you see are from the grizzly bear. Now, let's switch over to Pennsylvania. In the past 7 years, we restored, in summary, all right, we've restored over 100 vernal pools on the Yakanuki First Nations Reserve in Creston, and the northern leopard frog is using the vernal pools, and we are anxious for its recovery. Okay, here we are at Kings Gap State Park in Pennsylvania, and we're near the community of Carlisle. And one of the attractions at Kings Gap is all the forest pools, and they have this forest pools preserve. And this sign describes the importance of the vernal pools to wood frogs, to spotted salamanders, to marble salamanders, and to many crustaceans. There are signs showing you how to reach vernal pools. But unfortunately, a number of years ago, the vernal pools were going dry too early. They weren't filling up during the winter and spring. And this was stranding the larvae of animal species that were trying to breed in them. And no one could really determine why these vernal pools were going dry. I was asked to come and take a look at the area, so I did quite a bit of soil testing. And what I could figure out is that the vernal pools used to be filled with groundwater, but the elevation of groundwater was receding and it wasn't coming back. So they weren't containing water long enough for all these animals to develop. So a number of us designed a project to restore and to renovate the vernal pools so they would contain water long enough for the animals to develop. And what we did is in August 2010, we started reconstruction of a number of the vernal pools, and we started by removing the leaves from the bottom of the vernal pools. And remove these leaves, set them aside so we could place them back in the restored vernal pools. We also removed the mosses, and we would replace these around the edges of the vernal pools after they were restored. The Upper Susquehanna Coalition team, they brought in their wetland restoration team, and they provided an excavator and heavy equipment to help us with the project. We started the project by removing topsoil and saving the topsoil. And here the excavator is digging a vernal pool deeper in the center, so it will intercept a lower water table. And we loaded that soil onto a tracked dump truck and moved it to higher ground. And this tracked dump truck is an amazing machine. It was easy to maneuver in the forest, and it did not leave behind deep ruts. So we used 3 different techniques to rebuild these vernal pools. We used the compacted clay liner technique, the groundwater technique, and the aquatic safe liner technique. The vernal pool you see in this photo, we restored it by using the compacted clay liner technique. We formed 24 inches of compacted clay in the basin that would hold the precipitation that fell in the area. Now here's a vernal pool that we rebuilt using the groundwater technique. This involved digging the basin deeper so that we would reach groundwater and loosening soils that have been compacted, probably by livestock using the vernal pool for many years. This way, groundwater would seep into the wetland. Now, here's a vernal pool at Kings Gap that we restored and built using aquatic safe liner because there was no clay and no groundwater below the surface. And we held several training workshops so people could learn how to build vernal pools and of the many techniques available for doing this. All right, what do these vernal pools look like a few years later? Here's one that we rebuilt using the compacted clay liner technique. And here's one that we rebuilt using the groundwater technique. And here's one that we rebuilt using an aquatic safe liner. It's hard to tell that these were ever rebuilt. Kathy King and Mike Bertram, they've been monitoring these vernal pools at Kings Gap since the restoration took place in 2010. amazing individuals. They've been finding that wood frogs, spotted salamanders, marble salamanders, and fairy shrimp are now breeding in these renovated vernal pools. Okay, one more species to look at. This is the California red-legged frog. This is a threatened species in California, and it's most successful breeding in vernal pools that don't have fish and that don't support the non-native American bullfrog. Now, this photo shows what much of the landscape looks like where the California red-legged frog used to breed. We see all this erosion caused by placer mining in the Sierra Nevadas. And we see that the national forests don't have any water because the water is located in the valleys that are privately owned, and the ridge tops are all gravel and gravel textured soil that's been disturbed by the mining activity for gold. So I've worked with a number of national forests in California, and here we are on the El Dorado National Forest, and we've also worked in the Plumas National Forest and the Tahoe National Forest. And this is a typical site where we've designed a vernal pool to help the California red-legged frog. These are canopy gaps in the forest, and unfortunately, these sites are often dominated by sand and gravel. So we bring in an excavator and we find one of these canopy gaps, and we work to identify areas that are at least 40 feet in diameter on slopes less than 6%. Now, this is a site with sandy loam textured soil, no groundwater, no clay, so we had to use an aquatic safe liner to build the wetland. So here the excavator is digging a depression on a mountaintop, and this depression is where we'll install aquatic safe liner. Many volunteers have been helping us with the project. Here they are placing the geotextile and the liner in the depression. And here we are covering the liner with soil. Again, the excavator is not allowed on the liner. The skid steer is bringing the soil to the excavator to place on the liner. And here's what one of these vernal pools look like. Look at all the woody debris we placed in that vernal pool. And a large reason for the woody debris is to keep people and off-highway vehicles from running their vehicles in the vernal pools and destroying the wildlife found in the vernal pools. So here's another one of these vernal pools we've built. This is one of 18 we built on the Tahoe National Forest in California. And the wetland is filled with rain during the winter. And here's another one of these vernal pools that we built on a mountain ridge, and yet another one. And the good news is the California red-legged frog is breeding in these vernal pools. Now, if you look closely at this photo, you see a mountain lion that is hunting the deer that took a drink out of this vernal pool a few minutes before the picture was taken. So these vernal pools that we're building in California, they're being used by a diversity of plant and animal species, but more importantly, they're being used by the threatened California red-legged frog. So we've been building vernal pools at schools across North America. Here's one we built at McBrayer Elementary School in Kentucky, and we find that many students will use these habitats. Here's a vernal pool we built at a school to treat runoff from a soccer field. And here's a vernal pool we built at a school in an urban area, and it's been used by quite a diversity of dragonfly and amphibian species. I know that you'll have the full attention of students when they visit a vernal pool. It is a fascinating environment to see. And I encourage students to use nets, to put on rubber boots, and to explore these ecosystems. They're going to see invertebrates they won't find anywhere else. And research has shown that science and mathematics scores will improve when students learn firsthand by experiencing vernal pools and wetlands in the outdoors. You may want to consider building vernal pools with students. You can teach them about the importance of native plants, the control of non-native plants. And here these students are carefully planting a vernal pool they helped build at Bates Elementary School in Louisville, Kentucky. So restoring wetlands can be a whole lot of fun. Here's a vernal pool we built with an aquatic safe liner. It captures runoff from the roof. Water flows out of the wetland and soaks into the ground. the vernal pool goes dry in the fall. And here's a vernal pool that we built that captures runoff from a parking lot at Rodburn Elementary School in Kentucky. And here's a vernal pool we built within a stormwater detention pond using the groundwater technique. So in summary, you may ask yourself, can I build a wetland? Can I build a vernal pond? I'd like to introduce you to some people who have been doing this. None are professors, none are engineers, but they all have a love for helping the environment. Here's Alan Unversall. He has built over 25 wetlands on 2 farms in Ohio. Here's the Chris and Melissa Urich family. They've built over 300 vernal pools in New York. And here's George and Lynn May. He used to be a developer. Now he's helping to build vernal pools in Arizona. And here's Frank and Kathy. They built this vernal pool on their land in Arizona. She's a retired ornithologist and he's a retired fisheries biologist. Here's Norm Allard. He's a community planner with the Yakanuki First Nations in British Columbia. He's been building over 50 vernal pools each year. None of these people went to school to learn how to build vernal pools, but they're hooked. They want to do it, and they're successful at it. You can build a vernal pool in your yard. Here's a very new vernal pool that is filling. Timothy Morton hand dug this vernal pool in his front yard. I'll repeat that. He dug it with a shovel. That's amazing. It's a good looking vernal pool. I'm sure now it's surrounded by beautiful native plants. If you want to learn how to build a vernal pool, please attend a workshop that I'm instructing. Go to my website and you can learn how to build a vernal pool by attending one of these workshops. And I mean, look at this. This soil shows you that there's enough clay to build a vernal pool using the clay on site. It's a long ribbon. It's over 2 inches long. We can build a wetland using the surface water technique. You can help us build a wetland in 1 day using these different techniques. You can become actively involved in the construction of 1 or more vernal pools in a day by attending one of these hands-on wetland restoration workshops. And here's a participant showing a toad house that she built for the California red-legged frog and for the western toad near a new wetland on the Tahoe National Forest. So you're welcome to watch the process of building vernal pool. If you don't want to get your hands dirty, that's okay. But people are building vernal pools across North America to provide breeding habitat for many frogs, toads, salamanders, and invertebrates and plants. And these vernal pools will greatly improve the habitat for flowering plants that in turn will help so many different pollinators. I encourage you to support the restoration and construction and protection of vernal pools in your community. The vernal pools you build using the techniques that I've described, they should last forever. I get people to smile when they say, Tom, will you guarantee this wetland? I say, yes. I'll guarantee that vernal pool for 1,000 years. Then they smile. The techniques we're using, these vernal pools, should last forever. If you'd like to learn more about building vernal pools and other wetlands, please read these books that I've written about building wetlands, and contact me if you would like help about designing and building vernal pools in your community. And please consider attending one of our workshops. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Where do we go from here?
Thank you very much, Tom. I really appreciate your expertise in this subject. I was very interested in your talk. So I'm going to start off the questions because I'm the host. But we have quite a few questions in the chat, and I can either guide those through you or guide you through those or allow you to answer them. But my question is,
I'd appreciate you guiding me if you would.
No problem.
Okay,
my question is, what about wetland regulations? I live in Massachusetts. I'm actually quite fortunate to live in central Massachusetts, where we still have quite a few vernal pools in my community. Great. And I've helped to certify a number of them for this for protection in the state. So how do you deal with wetland regulations in the course of building your wetlands?
You know, that's a good question right there. This is why we started using liners in Massachusetts. because we could not get approval to restore a wetland because it was already considered a wetland. Now that's been changing. Unfortunately, many of the people who are in regulatory, they look at a drained wetland and they say it's a wetland, you can't touch it without a permit. So what we're doing at these workshops is we're teaching people how to identify drained wetlands by looking for buried drainage structures, by looking for ditches. And then when they apply for permits, they can say this is a wetland restoration, and then it's a streamlined process for permitting. But when you're starting out with building wetlands or vernal pools, I'm not so sure you should start with restoration, because the permitting process is a real challenge. And unfortunately, the permitting process is discouraging many people from building wetlands, even if they are restoring wetlands, because it can take a year or two to get through it. So I recommend finding sites that are not wetlands, that are dry and don't have hydric soils and hydric plants, and then move forward with your wetland project, and you won't have to go through the permitting with the state and the Army Corps of Engineers. So in summary, yes, build wetlands, but start off by building wetlands on sites that are not currently drained wetlands. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does. And that helps me understand, you know, how you're going about this. And it looks like a lot of your sites are more open rather than in the middle of forested areas. Would you say that's true, or do you have both?
You know, I've been building many vernal pools in forested areas. And what we do is that we weave in between the trees with the heavy equipment. Most people, when they show me a site where they want a vernal pool, it's an old farm field. They say, here's an old farm field. Many people don't even want to think about going into woodland areas, but most of our woodland areas used to be farmed. And how we know this? They don't have pit and mound topography. So if you go into a woodland area and look at young trees and very few oaks, more than likely that area was farmed and now it's growing up to trees because it's a drained wetland. So yes, you can go in to the woods and find a canopy gap and build a fully functioning vernal pool using the techniques I've described. And yes, it's really good to do that. I recommend it.
So I'm going to go through some of the questions that are in the chat. Would you recommend doing this work in areas with significant invasive plant pressure, like Japanese knotweed or Phragmites?
You have to go back to your objectives for the project, okay? If your objectives are to control non-native plants, you probably don't want to disturb the soil because it's a challenge keeping out non-native plants. But if your objectives are to help fish, wildlife, if they are to help rare species of wildlife, then look at vernal pools. And then your secondary objective could be the control of non-native plants. So, you know, I work with people who say, well, if you're going to get non-native plants coming in, I'm not going to do the project. And I said, you're right, don't do the project. But if you are willing to tackle the non-native plants when they first show up, you're going to be successful. Now, I find very few problems with non-native plants when I use the pit and mound topography and I vary the elevations. And in the soil surrounding the wetland, I use the rough and loosen technique. And I jump on the non-native plants and pull the few as they appear. And I don't wait a year or two to try to control them. And then I'm successful. So yes, you know, if you're faint of heart, don't undertake this. But if you want a challenge, why not? If you want to see wildlife, build one of these.
Early control is always a good method for invasive species. There's a question here. Is there some basic requirements of a vernal pool? I heard that it should have fairy shrimp. What about the level of water? How long?
You know what?
How long has the water? How long does the water have to be there? So
I don't know. I don't know who makes up these artificial rules. I've been to natural vernal pools that have 1 or 2 species in them, and they never have fairy shrimp. I've been to other vernal pools where you can check all the boxes: wood frogs, marble salamanders, fairy shrimp, clam shrimp. So it's okay to build a vernal pool anywhere. You're going to get use by dragonflies, damselflies. You know, maybe fairy shrimp will find it. The one photo I showed of fairy shrimp in that vernal pool, that was where tracks were left by a tractor. So no, there's no rules about this. You know, if you're in Massachusetts, you're trying to certify a vernal pool, yes, there's rules. But you know, when I first started building wetlands at schools, people said, why are you bothering? You're not going to get all these native species. I said, I'm bothering because I want to build these for science education. And still, I'm amazed at the species that come in. So please don't listen to the naysayers. Don't listen to the naysayers. You're not building these for compensatory mitigation. You're building these because you want to see a diversity of plants and animals. Good question. Thanks.
Are you concerned about chemical runoff when building vernal pools as a catchment for water runoff?
Well, of course. I mean, when I'm building a vernal pool that captures runoff from a school grounds, if they use fertilizer on that school grounds, that vernal pool is going to get a heck of a dose of phosphorus and nitrogen. So yeah, that's a concern. But if we built the vernal pool to treat runoff, then I guess it's acceptable. So yes, I mean, I've built vernal pools in the middle of farm fields. And do they get a dose of herbicide from time to time? Yes, more than likely. But you still find a tremendous diversity of wildlife species doing quite well. The frogs don't have 8 legs, you know, they're doing all right. But no, I wouldn't build something like this that captures all the runoff from an interstate. I think that's being ridiculous. But at the same time, I don't mind building them on the edge of farm fields. That's a good thing to do.
Let's see, there's a question here. How do you convince people not to worry about mosquitoes?
Oh, that's a really good question. Okay. A healthy wetland lowers mosquito populations. When you build or restore a wetland, it's going to attract damselflies, dragonflies. It's going to attract salamanders, salamander larvae, water boatmen, water striders, predaceous diving beetles. All these invertebrates consume mosquito larvae. So you may have mosquitoes laying their eggs in these vernal pools, but their eggs and their larvae, if they hatch, are consumed by these predators. So what do I say about a healthy wetland? Mosquitoes may check in, but they won't check out. And people who know a lot about mosquitoes, if that wetland holds water long enough for dragonfly larvae to develop, for salamander larvae to develop, you will not have a problem with mosquitoes. But if you're building a wetland for the eastern spadefoot, it only holds water for 6 weeks, yes, you'll have mosquitoes. But you can wear mosquito repellent.
So this is going to combine a couple of questions. The first one was about the size of the vernal pool. And I'm sort of wondering about that too. When you construct a vernal pool, are you trying to make a fairly large size pool so that you have a little bit of flexibility in terms of water levels and
oh, that's a good
droughts?
question.
I mean, yeah, for example, we had a really long drought last summer in the Northeast, and a lot of pools dried up too early to allow them to have the creatures that belong there.
What dictates the size of the vernal pool? 2 factors. First of all, how much money do you have? Secondly, how flat is the ground? If you don't have much money, you're going to build a small vernal pool. If you don't have flat ground of a slope less than 6%, you're going to build a small vernal pool. So when I pick a site for a vernal pool, I wanted to have a slope of 6% or less, no more than a 3-foot change in elevation. What is the average size of vernal pools I build across North America? 40 to 50 feet in diameter. What is the average size of many natural vernal pools? 40 to 50 feet in diameter. So they don't have to be large. They can be small. Now, large vernal pools, oh, it's great to protect and restore those, but few people have flat enough land with clay soils to build those. So yes, any size is good. I've worked with people who've built them 6 foot in diameter in their backyard, and they get fairy shrimp and they get wood frogs breeding in them. That's pretty good.
do you reseed your sites? Do you bring in a seed mix, or do you allow the site to revegetate with whatever's left in the soil that you have removed and then replaced?
You know what we do most of the time is that we find somebody on the crew who knows a lot more about plants than I do. And while they're building the vernal pool, we walk around and collect the seeds of native plants, and we just spread those by hand. Now, if somebody has a few dollars, then yes, we will order native plant seeds. And if they have even a few more dollars, then we will plant little containerized plants. So yes, I love to plant. But now vernal pools have fluctuating water levels, which is really tough on plants. So you're going to have the greatest success planting on higher ground around the vernal pool, because the actual vernal pool itself with fluctuating water levels, its plant diversity is pretty low. I mean, you're lucky to find some sedges and rushes.
Can any of these principles be applied to drained estuary basins in saltwater conditions?
Yes. Oh my gosh. When I spend time on Cape Cod and I see all those ditches that were dug, supposedly to control mosquitoes, you talk about opportunities to restore vernal pools in these salt marshes. I mean, all you have to do is look at an aerial photo of the coast and you see all these ditches in the salt marshes. Oh, I would love to be involved in projects like that where, you know, I know people are restoring vernal pools and the salt marshes, and they're adding these features, you know, these scrapes and these pits that occurred naturally before they drain them. So yes, you can do it in saltwater areas.
Okay. And I also had a question. I'm assuming these principles can also be used instead of stormwater detention basins.
Oh, yes. I have a presentation on stormwater detention ponds, and I don't know how we were able to teach architects and engineers to make them look so ugly. Steep-sided, covered with riprap, woven wire fences around them. Why not build naturally appearing and functioning vernal pools to treat stormwater? And this presentation, I love giving it to architects and engineers because they can build vernal pools that actually enhance property values. And right near my house, they built a subdivision, and the stormwater ponds they built, I mean, they look like cisterns. They look like sewage ponds, and there's no reason for that. We can make these look and function like natural wetlands.
Can you repeat your website for people so they can find your workshops?
Okay, the website is www.wetlandrestorationandtraining.com. wetlandrestorationandtraining.com. And you go to the events calendar and you'll find out that we have workshops coming up in Illinois where we're building vernal pools to help the Illinois chorus frog with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Save the Frogs. We have 2 workshops planned, one end of March and one in April. And I can't wait for people to show up. There's still room. These things, you can build a vernal pool for very little money. I have built some vernal pools for $500. I'd have to say the average cost now for building a vernal pool is closer to $5,000. But still, I mean, if you go on a nice vacation, it's more expensive than building a vernal pool. And I mean, if you go on a vacation that lasts a week and you have a choice to build a vernal pool that can last 1,000 years, there really is no choice, is there? Trying to make you feel guilty about taking vacations. Stay home and dig a hole in the ground. Okay.
I have a lot of compliments on your presentation.
Thank
a lot
you.
of people are very excited about this. Trying to, thinking about creating vernal pools instead of maybe a rain garden. If we can, it keeps some water in the pool for a period of time.
Yeah, you can make the rain garden around the vernal pool.
Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
And
Okay, I
let's
guess I'll be
see.
going to that, I don't know if it's the chat room, they call it the garden. I'll be going to the speaker garden. I'll be there if people have questions.
Okay, yeah, that's
Love to
great.
talk to you about it. Nice job, Leslie. Thank you.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for the 4th and final session of the Building and Maintaining Plant Communities track today. Native Meadows, Designing and Maintaining for Resilience with Rebecca Cagle. My name is Leslie. I will serve as your ELA. I serve on the ELA Board of Directors, and I will be your host for this session. Rebecca Cagle has been at Larry Weiner Landscape Associates since 2008. She received a BA from Haverford College and a master's in restoration ecology from the University of Wisconsin. In 2010, she completed her BA in landscape architecture at Temple University. Prior to joining Larry Weiner Landscape Associates, Rebecca worked for Wave Hill and Prospect Park in New York City and the Lakeshore Nature Preserve at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, designing and implementing woodland and shoreline restoration projects. Her recent projects at Larry Weiner Landscape Associates include long-term projects at Avalon Park and Preserve in Stony Brook, Long Island with Andrew Pogon Associates, Lakeshore Park in Knoxville, Tennessee with Nelson Bird and Woltz, and a new co-housing community in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So please join me in welcoming Rebecca and her lecture on meadows. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let me start my presentation. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I'm really here to sort of talk to you guys about where our firm, Larry Weiner Landscape Associates, is sort of right now in our thinking about meadows. I'm sure as for any of you guys who've given a talk on any topic, you know, they come, they ask you, you're so excited, and they say, okay, we need your topic and your description, and then you can sort of sit back and think about your lecture. So that's great. I talked to everyone else, said, oh, this is such an opportunity. What should I talk about? We came up with this title, Native Meadows, Designing and Maintaining for Resilience. And then a few weeks ago, you know, this was coming closer. I said, all right, I got to work on this lecture. And I started sort of building the outline, and I realized I had sort of blown it, and that my title should actually have been Native Meadows, Designing, Preparing, Installing, and Maintaining for Resilience. So not a great title, not very catchy. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought really what I want to talk about, I'm going to talk about all of these things, is sort of the site preparation and the maintenance piece. And that's really where sort of our thinking has changed. I think where we're really learning new things and really improving what we do. And that's what I'm eager to share with you guys. Just really briefly, so I work for Larry Weiner Landscape Associates. We're a firm of, as of Monday, will be 13 people, which is really exciting. We've got landscape architects, landscape designers, and a group of sort of field operations folks who really work on the installation and maintenance arm of the company. Our mailing address is just north of Philadelphia. I'm in Philadelphia right now. But we have folks who live and work in New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Vermont, and a couple of locations in Pennsylvania. We do work, if you're lucky enough to get our holiday card each year, we really map out where our projects are. It's been fun to sort of look at that map over the years. We're sort of focused in the mid-Atlantic and sort of southern New England for the most part. That's where the majority of our projects are, but we're really sort of expanding. We've got a couple of great projects in Maine, a project in Asheville, 2 projects in Tennessee, as well as sort of this one outlier project in the UK with part of Kew Gardens. We're known for a lot of things. We do sort of garden design, landscape management plans, landscape master planning, but I think the majority of folks come to us, we're particularly known for designing and installing native meadows. Typically clients come to us because they're interested in sort of that meadow aesthetic, and they have a desire for a more low maintenance open landscape. Often they're also motivated by the desire to provide wildlife habitat. We have a really wide range of client types, ranging from sort of a homeowner of a small to mid-sized property up through estates. We also work with a lot of public groups, either you know, parks or land trusts, as well as a variety of organizations. And then we work directly, we either do the design work sort of in-house ourselves, or we're often brought in by a landscape architecture firm, a landscape designer says, hey, we've got this great project. We think we want to put a meadow in, and we don't know exactly how to do that. Can you guys come on board and help us? One thing I wanted to talk about is what this talk is not. And I'd say there's sort of two things it's not. One is it's not sort of Meadow 101. I know folks have done talks like that at ELA in the past. Larry, the firm principal, does that talk better than I ever could. And I think the information at this point is sort of widely available. The seed houses have it, there's books, there's articles. That being said, if folks have questions, things they feel like they really need to know that I didn't cover, I'm happy to do that after the chat. The other thing that it's not is not a talk about meadow gardens. Meadow gardens are great. This is one of my favorite projects that we worked on. It's in the Bower, which is a sort of public sculpture garden near Harrisburg. But the scale at which they were working and the level of maintenance that they could do, this really is a garden. It's planted primarily using potted plants and plugs, uses mulch. It sort of uses, there's some irrigation and hand weeding. And so really the lens through which to look at it is really sort of traditional horticulture. It's using native plants. What I'm really going to be talking about is a seeded meadow landscape, or a landscape dominated by seeding. And really then you're looking more for, you're sort of looking at that bridge between ecological restoration and traditional horticulture in terms of site preparation and maintenance. So what do we do so this doesn't happen? This, I don't know where this picture is from. Someone sent this to me a few years ago, but to me, it sort of is the crux of the worst case scenario. Someone came to a site, they designed a wildflower garden, came up with a decent plant list, and at some point, instead of those plants being present, it was just a garden of solid mugwort, really pernicious weed. So something happened, either in the site preparation, they didn't get that mugwort under control, or in the maintenance phase, they didn't keep it under control. And really sort of my main mission is that, I could put a sign out of what plants are going to be there, and you can come back sort of at any time in the life of the meadow and see those plants. So the first step to sort of thinking about how you get sort of a successful project is design considerations. Sort of there are specific ways that I feel like you need to think about design process when it comes to these native meadows that are going to set you up so that you don't get that great sign and terrible plants. And the first one I would say is really doing a detailed plant and weed inventory. Every weed has sort of its own unique characteristics, and by knowing those, you're going to be able to sort of figure out the best way to control them. So you want to look at what weeds are on site, what's their abundance, what's their location, also what's happening sort of right on the edges of the project. And if possible, sort of what's happening both in sort of a broader context that you can witness, but also maybe your knowledge of dynamics in that area. Have you already worked on a site that sort of had this composition? What happened sort of through the course of the project? And maybe you can sort of get a jump on it this time. One thing we've really moved towards, so I've used to be, our office is really good at identifying plants. We're really good at identifying weeds. But we'd come back from a site, and we have all our notes and our maps, and it would just say turf, or it would just say European cool season grasses. And that's not necessarily wrong, but we started to realize that that was a tremendous oversimplification. And again, really creating problems for us down the road. So in some ways, these three photos, these plants all look the same. They're a green grass that you might find in sort of a lawn or a lawn type context. But the one on the upper left is Bermuda grass. Bermuda grass is a really aggressive warm season perennial. So it's pushing out its growth in the heat of the summer. The one on the upper right is crabgrass. That's a summer annual. Grows incredibly quickly, doesn't persist, but drops a lot of seed, and has a very different sort of growth pattern than Bermuda grass, although can sometimes look similar depending on the situation. And then the bottom one is some sort of fine fescue. So again, you'd say, oh, that's easy. That's just sort of one monoculture, but that is a cool season grass. It's going to put on all of its growth in both spring and fall and not really be actively growing in the summer. So all of these pieces, all this information is going to help me to sort of control these plants if they're already on site, or control them if they show up in the course of sort of meadow development. One thing I'll say is, I'm still learning about how to ID these grasses. And I definitely do a lot of taking pictures and sending them to my colleagues. But also it's really important, if possible, to make sure when you go to do your site analysis that the client has not mowed super recently. because one, seed heads are one of the best ways to ID grasses. And when something is mowed really tight, a lot of these grasses look exactly the same. So from that, we come up with sort of an existing conditions plan. And depending on what your client, expects, it can be it can be a loose drawing just for yourself. It can be, or it can be something to share with the client. But the main thing that we're doing here is we're mapping weeds, mapping desirable species, and also thinking about things like views and septic and circulation and that type of thing. But again, we're primarily going to use this in this context to understand what plants we need to control and what plants we're going to try and preserve. This is always the part of the talk that is sort of makes me the most nervous, but it really is important to think about what tools you have at your disposal for weed control. And I would say they fall into sort of 3 buckets, right? There's conventional herbicide, there's organic herbicide, and then there's sort of non-herbicidal techniques. And I think when you look at, and you have to decide first as an individual, right? Which of these buckets are you willing to draw from? And do you have a line that you're not going to cross? So I certainly know there's groups and firms out there that said, we never use conventional herbicide. And that's totally fine. That sort of drops out of your potential tools. You may also be working in a heavily regulated area where conventional herbicide drops away. And I'm going to show later an example of a project like that. Or you may have a client or a client group that says, we don't use these products. Again, totally fine. But it's important to know, because the way you're going to think about the project may change based on what's available. In terms of organic herbicide, these are still highly regulated. You need to be a certified applicator to use them. They tend to be acid, salt, soap, or some sort of oil formulation. They're non-selective, and they work very differently. So conventional herbicide, just as a reminder, works by the plant does the uptake and moves sort of to the tips of the roots, and it kills the whole plant, whereas organic herbicide is just killing that top growth. It works incredibly quickly, because all it's doing is sort of burning down the tops. And again, you just need to keep that in mind as you come with your protocols. And I'll go into a lot more detail about that. And then again, finally, non-herbicide. One thing I'll also say, and I was just on a call with a client where it was interesting to hear their reaction to this, or a potential client, I should say, is that you don't need to make a choice about the life of the project. So some folks might say, our goal is not to use conventional herbicide, but due to existing site conditions or budget or other constraints, we're going to use it for site preparation. We're going to get rid of some of these weeds that are very hard to control using any other methodology, and we're slowly going to transition away from that and move to either organic or non-herbicide. We've also had clients who say, we're going organic, and then all of a sudden they have a calorie pair invasion. It's just sort of coming in from the edges, and they realize, let's say to do that, they're willing to use herbicide one time. So you want to know what's at play, but you also don't need to necessarily make a decision for the life of the project. You also want to make sure, if folks change their mind, that you think through that in sort of detail. Again, totally okay. We had a project at a university. We wrote all the specifications out with conventional herbicide. We sort of moved on for that project. It was being installed, and one of the landscape architects called me and said, hey, they're switching, the whole university is going totally organic. And I said, no, that's no problem. Do you want me to rewrite the specifications? And they said, oh, no, we just crossed out any place where you said to use herbicide. So instead of even thinking through how they were going to kill that existing vegetation, they were just at this point going to seed into essentially just very tightly mowed living vegetation, which was not going to work. So again, if things change, you want to sort of think through those processes. In terms of seed mixes, there's so many resources out there about seed mixes. There's companies that sell really good sort of pre-made mixes that are all perennial. But what you want to do, I still think most often it makes sense to sort of design your own mix based on what you know of your site. And really, when you design that, you want to make sure that you've got plants that fall into each of these sort of categories. So holding space above ground, upper story, mid-level, ground level. Below ground is the same thing. Plants that are actively growing in cool season, plants that are actively growing in warm season, as well as plants that are sort of established really quickly, established over time, and potentially show up much later in the meadow. And the reason for this is, you're going to have both aesthetic and sort of ecologically functional goals for your meadow, but also one of your main goals is for this thing to be resilient against weed invasion. And having plants that fall into each of these boxes is going to lead to that the most. You're going to have this tight matrix that's always actively growing with very little gaps, both in sort of above ground and below ground space, as well as over time. And that's going to serve you so well when it comes to the potential for new weed invasion. In terms of niches over time, it's really important that you have early successional species into mid and later. And the reason for that, the early successional species, most of them are annual and biennial. They're going to come up really quickly. They're going to be great at holding soil, holding moisture, and preventing weeds from germinating or further establishing. And even though on the left, so that's a second-year meadow, that is a lot of yellow, and there's not a lot going on there. If I was to go in and sort of pull away all of that yellow vegetation, I would find seedlings of the stuff that's coming, as shown in the right photo on the right. I will say for this client, it's the client that lives in Oregon, but has a property as well in Pennsylvania. And we talked to them through this, but they came and they said, Rebecca, this meadow is really yellow. We did not, when you said it was going to be yellow, we didn't quite know what you meant. And we sort of talked through it. I said, just stick with me. You know, I had talked them through the expectations, and so they were on board. They knew there were going to be some phases where the meadow had different looks during its development, some better than others. And a couple of years later, they were so happy. They've got they've got varied color, texture, bloom time, but really we needed those early successional species to sort of get us to this point B. Another thing to really understand about the plants that you're going to put into your meadow is their competitive level. A lot of the plants that, again, you sort of find in these pre-made mixes, some of which are great, can be very, very aggressive. They're very reliable. So you put them in, you're going to see those plants. But the issue becomes just how competitive and dominant they are. And again, you may decide the filter that you're looking to is, that's okay. I don't need high diversity. What I want is really competitive species that are going to compete weeds, are going to provide wildlife habitat, and are going to sort of persist. And especially if you're looking at, I think, organic or non-herbicide methodology, these plants can be incredibly useful. But if you want a highly diverse meadow, these plants, you need to sort of think about them differently. You can still have them if they're important to you. And these three that are Heliopsis, Monarda fistuliosa, and Panicum verbatim, but there's sort of a whole suite of these really competitive meadow plants. You can say, okay, I love Heliopsis. I want it in there. But again, if you just seed it throughout your meadow as part of a mix, it's really going to probably be more dominant than you want. You can either put it in as plugs, sort of controlling where they are, or put it in as a single, just seed it in little patches. And generally, as long as it's developing at the same time as the rest of the meadow, it's not going to move around a lot. Sure, it'll move around a little and you'll have a decision to make, but at least you know that you're sort of not going to be just these sort of very aggressive plants, the only thing left in your meadow. One of the biggest ways that we've changed how we think is looking at these very, very degraded landscapes, the ones that have the really sort of pernicious, tricky invasive species in them, and how we handle that. And some of it, I think, has to do with some experiences that we've had, as well as a comfort with extending the site preparation phase. So, and that's really, I think, sort of at the heart of a lot of the sort of takeaway lessons that I'm going to have today. So here's a field we came in. It was solid mugwort. And so we felt like we had a few options. The first option would be, let's take that mugwort and kill it using an herbicide that kills. And this is really relevant talking about conventional herbicide, because at this point, there's no selective organic herbicides. There are very selective conventional herbicides that only kill certain plant families, certain So for example, for mugwort, it's a broadleaf plant. There are herbicides that kill only broadleaves. So here you could come in, seed only native grasses, and then anytime mugwort popped up, you spray it with that broadleaf specific. What's great about that is it doesn't take a lot of brains. You don't need to be great at plant ID. You don't need to know all of these different dynamics. Anytime there's a broadleaf, you don't want it, you remove it. The disadvantage is that it's not, the end result is not a very diverse plant palette. You're really left with grasses. And for some folks, that's great. We have a client who their main goal is just reducing mowing. And something like this is perfect, really easy to manage. They just mow it. and they're not that worried about sort of the other dynamics in terms of diversity. Another option that we used to rely on a lot is, okay, mugwort is a weed, it's in the aster family. There's an herbicide that kills plants kills most asters, legumes, and polygonums. And so our idea here was, okay, we're going to control the mugwort twice, so just kill it all. And then we're going to put in a seed mix that excludes asters, asters, legumes, and polygonums. So we're going to lose some plants, but there's still lots of great stuff we can use. We can use grasses, sedges, the milkweeds, the mints, and we'll be fine. And then the same thing, anytime that mugwort pops up, we're able to spray it with a selective chemical, and the meadow can develop that way. It works, but the thing I think that we really realized is clients, they don't want to lose that diversity, right? To so many folks, what makes a meadow? Sure, it's little blue stem, but it's coneflower, it's asters, it's goldenrods. And by pulling all of that out, I think clients sort of weren't getting what they expected, even though we showed them plenty of photos that didn't have those species in them. I think we sort of misjudged sort of what people want. And I'm going to use and not to say that we don't do this anymore, but I think we found a way that we can prepare our meadows and not necessarily have to be so reliant on these limited palettes in order to control these pernicious weeds. So the project, I think, that sort of got us thinking this way was a really cool project that we worked on. It's the Brooklyn Hospital Cemetery Memorial Landscape. It's part of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Marvel Architects was the project lead, and they designed this sort of boardwalk that goes through in this greenhouse and this really cool sort of entry structure. And Nelson Bird and Waltz was brought into the landscape. They called me up and they said, hey, can you consult? We've got this little meadow in Brooklyn. We have this design concept. Can you guys consult on it? I said, sure. So they sent me this along with a plant list and a seed mix list. And each of these sort of bands was supposed to be a single species drift, sort of in these rectangular blocks. And the whole meadow was supposed to be seeded with one mix. I looked at it. I mean, it was, their design thinking is so cool. I said, we got to get out to the site and sort of see what's going on for me to give you good feedback. So we went out, cold day, and what did I see? But a field of mugwort. I also saw that there were pretty varied conditions. There were some woodland edge conditions. Some areas were wetter than others. There was a wet, shady part, a wet, sunny part. So I came back and I said, now I can sort of evaluate what they've sent us. And so the first things that jumped out were, only one seed mix for one, even though it was really varied conditions. They had aggressive species in the seed mix. This is a fairly small site. Felt like those might take over. And there were a couple of other things that I felt like, well, these are little tweaks. But I said, you guys need to get rid of anything you have in the aster family. You've got a field of mugwort. You can't have your baptisia, which is a legume. You can't have your Joe Pye weed, your solidago, and your liatris, because we need the number one priority here needs to be to control this mugwort. And they pushed back and they said, no, they said, this is a site where people in New York City are going to come and interact closely with the meadow. And we think that those species play a really important role in sort of that experience, and we're not willing to get rid of them. And, my initial take was, all right, sort of, I don't agree. I don't think it's the best way to move forward, but it's your design. I've sort of made my case. And the truth is that they were right. There still is, the last time I was there, there is mugwort. A lot of it is scattered, and they can sort of manage it just through cutting or spot spraying. They're really lucky to have a horticulture staff there. And there are a few areas that are really dominated by mugwort with very few desirable species. And those they have had to go back, kill all the mugwort and sort of start again in those sections. But overall, it's really a beautiful project. And when I look at a picture like this, if I didn't have those asters in there, that, I really think it would be missing something. Again, here, the same thing. And so all of that really changed our thinking about using these more selective mixes. And if we wanted to be able to use a much wider diversity of species, we had to take a step back and figure out how we were going to do that. And I'll get into that in a little more depth. The one last piece that you need to think about when it comes to design is the use of live plants. So again, I'm talking about primarily seeded meadow, but the use, and live plants are plugs or anything in a pot, essentially. may have a place in your design. And part of that may be that because some plants that you may want to use, you may generate your list and say, I really want to use this plant. And it just doesn't come readily from seed. For example, the phloxes. So if you want phlox in your meadow, even if you could find seed, it's unlikely to germinate. So that's a presence you're going to need to put in through live plants. There's not that many early spring meadow species that come from seed. We do a lot of work on college campuses. They want to see right around graduation this meadow to be in flower. Often we have to rely on some amount of plugs to sort of get them that look at that time, that flowering look. And then I'd say the last piece is that it gives you a level of design control that you don't have from seed. We're often putting down 200 seeds per square foot. We're not controlling sort of what goes where. We don't necessarily have legible bands. Sometimes, you know, the micro topography will create a legible band like that, but we're not sort of manipulating it that way. And so we may want to say, for example, in this picture, you see that silphium in the back. You know, that's not a species I would ever see in. In fact, we rarely use it at this point because of how aggressive it is. But, you know, it really makes an impact. It can screen a view, it can frame a view. And so it allows me to sort of have that design control. Also, it speeds up the time to maturity. So the rest of your meadow may be in a little bit of that awkward adolescent phase, but you can say, you know, right by this entrance, here's a part of the meadow. We've seeded it. We've also put in all these plants, and this shows what it's going to look like in a few years. And that can be really beneficial, especially for sort of getting buy-in from the public. But I will say, adding live plants to these projects does add complication. It adds cost, not only the cost of purchasing and installing the plants, but it makes maintenance much more complicated. You don't want to put in plugs where you cannot water them. You know, the recommendation certainly would be to plant in fall when the water needs are low, but if you don't have a way to water them. So I'm not saying, so we don't water our seeded meadows at all. If anything, that favors these plants like it hot and dry. So you do need a way, again, that you can get to wherever these plants are and be able to water them, whether that's a tripod or a water truck. Also, it complicates deer protection when, as our meadows grow up, when they're sort of all growing up at the same time, we don't really have trouble with deer eating our plants. It's just too much of a sort of mixed mouthful of things they like and don't like. They will walk through, they will bed down, so certainly they can make an impact. But when we put in the live plants, we often mow down the meadow and we put the plants in that, so they have a little bit less competition as they get started, and that just becomes, you know, the proverbial deer buffet. And also, early on in a meadow, we're not really focused on getting flowers in that first year in particular. We're really working on making sure that we're getting weed suppression and we're getting really good root growth. So we often, especially if as a method of weed control, we're cutting this meadow back and we may lose some flowers. Not really a big deal when you're in that sort of establishment phase. But if a client has paid for putting in all of these flowers, they don't want you to say, well, I cut them all back and they're not going to flower this year. You sort of defeated the purpose. And so you need to have a way in these areas where you're planting to do a lot more sort of careful handwork. Again, a little bit more in that gardening realm, that ecological restoration realm. You just got to be ready for that. So here's just an example. This is a project we worked on at the Glenstone Museum in Maryland. This is an all organic property, many acres of seeded meadow. The building was going to be opening. It's an art museum, and we were working with Peter Walker Partners, and they said, you know, we envisioned this as being really heavy with little blue stem from the beginning, and that's okay if out in the further field that little blue stem is, you know, just a couple inches tall, but right by the opening, right by the entrance, we want it already to have a presence. And so they just added a whole bunch of plugs so that right from the beginning they had that look, which we couldn't get from seed in the time frame that we had. So the next really big chunk is site preparation. And basically the goals of site preparation are to kill and remove undesirable vegetation, exhaust your weed seed bank, all while making sure your area is stabilized. You don't want your weed control work, in this case, to have a whole bunch of soil enter a fairly busy roadway. So you need to keep that in mind as you're working. The other thing, and a lot of this is, what have I learned by making mistakes? It could have been the other name of this lecture. Is that you really want to specify what you don't want folks to do. So many people who install meadows, maybe they bid on it, or they're, they've done all the horticultural work for a site, or they're the lawn crew. So really skilled in what they do. They're going to take that lens and put it to meadow installation. So they might say, oh, in all of our, oh, the pH is really low, I'm going to add lime. That's what I always do. We want low pH for meadows. We don't want to add compost. We don't want to add that weed seed or all that nutrients. Again, that's going to favor weeds. We don't want to irrigate. And so before I thought, well, I don't need to say what you don't do. You're not going to do it if it's not on the list. And I learned the hard way that you really want to be clear about what you don't want folks to do just as much as you want them to be clear about what they should do. Another big change that we've had is how we've changed our thinking about timing. And some of this has to do with climate change, and some of it has to do with just things that we've learned. So when I first started working for Larry, we did the majority of our seedings either in sort of May or June, or October or November, so sort of spring, early summer, or late fall. And you can see in this lower chart, we've really shifted it. The first thing that we shifted is we shifted into later winter. So we've moved away certainly from October, and we're spraying in that sort of November to January window. Again, it's a little bit site specific, certainly based on where your site is located. But in truth, our falls are getting warmer. And so that sort of that later window for seeding is supposed to be a dormant seeding. We do not want anything to germinate. We want the seed to hold on, and then as soon as soil temperatures are warm enough, things to start growing. And what we're finding when we seeded in previously in September or October, at this point, we would get a little germination. In some ways, you feel great, you're seeing your little plants, and then they would die. They wouldn't sort of survive that winter, and then they were gone. So you had a much smaller amount of viable seed that could still germinate that would pop up. And so we've really moved that seeding to later. The other thing we've moved is that we moved our other seeding until the heat of the summer. And so that doesn't make any sense. You're telling me it's getting hotter. Why would you move into even a hotter time of year? And there's sort of two reasons for that. One is that it is really important that we get weed control sort of in all three of the growing seasons: spring, summer, fall. And when we would seed in May and June, often we wouldn't do any weed control in June. And as I'll talk about a little bit later, June is incredibly critical time for weed control. There's certain species that's the only time that we can control them. And so by pushing a little later, we always get that spray in or that weed control in. And I'm talking here organic or conventional. And also we're seeding into the heat of the summer, which is when meadow plants are pretty happy. They're either going to sit tight if there's really no rain, but they're certainly happier than a lot of the weeds, and they're certainly happier than anything potted that you're going to put in that's going to need water. So we've actually seen greater success by pushing that seeding later, getting in a little bit weed control at the right time, and sort of lessening that amount of competition to get good germination. When it comes to site preparation, there's sort of two different types of sort of typical site conditions you're going to find, and it's sort of bare soil versus existing vegetation. When it comes to bare soil, you're going to have to make sure that that site is, often the bare soil is going to be a construction site. And so you want to work with whoever else is doing that work, sort of creating that bare soil, which is often someone involved with building a driveway or a house, or other sort of landscape features. You want to make sure you're under agreement about what's going to happen in terms of compaction, stabilization. Often these contractors, for them to stabilize, they're going to throw down a contractor blend or straw. None of that is necessarily terrible, but you just need to know how you're going to prep the site to get yourself to a meadow. If they're going to be bringing in fill, again, making sure that it's not super rich horticultural soil, understanding sort of the overall project timeline. When is finished grade being reached? When is all the equipment off of site? That type of thing. And then as well as really understanding regulations and permitting. If they're doing a lot of site clearing, they may not be able to leave the site bare for very long. And so what are they going to do? Again, how does that change your timeline? In terms of bare soil with conventional herbicide, we recommend, if possible, getting that site to final grade and allowing that seed bank to express itself. Again, you may need to use a cover crop or something at the same time so that it's stabilized, but you want those weeds to come up so that you can weaken them through removing them. With organic herbicide, we used to think the same thing. So we would often throw down a cover crop and then kill that. Our plan would be to use organic herbicide to kill the flush of weeds. And that cover crop, we just didn't have much luck. We found that the cover crop was actually really, really hard to kill and cause more problems for us in the long run. So now we often get the site to where it's supposed to be in terms of grade and condition, and we seed directly if we're using organic herbicide. If there's vegetation, again, you've got to sort of work through what your species composition is, what's desirable versus undesirable, and what your timeline is and how you're going to control that vegetation. You want to, if you have a really brushy site, like I'm showing on the right, or a lot of vines or canes, in this case, you may want to consider removing that vegetation and letting it grow back up before you control it. If you have a lot of thatch, you're going to want to think through that as well. So if you have a field that hasn't been mowed for a very long time, it may make more sense to hay that site, even if it's not going to be used as true hay, but hay it in June so you get rid of that thatch. Your goal is to get to sort of stubble by the end of sort of site preparation. You can also burn the thatch. We've done that a little bit. We find it really difficult in the Northeast to get permission to do that. So what's our typical sequence? So again, if we're talking conventional herbicide, I'm going to talk this through for conventional herbicide, organic herbicide, and non-herbicidal techniques. You want to delineate the site. Where is this meadow seeding going to go? What are you going to protect? So in this site, you can see there's a little bit of butterfly weed that we felt was worth saving. We had to come in and sort of hand weed to protect, but it was worth it. You do that first weed control application, mow it as low as you possibly can. You wait to get that flush of secondary growth. You really want that. One of the things we really struggled with this year in the drought is we didn't get that weed response. Nothing was growing. And so we had to make a decision. Do we wait and push the project, or do we move forward? But there was nothing to spray. And we had a few different things, but you do that second application, you mow, third application, mow, and then you're ready to seed. And again, when are those sprays supposed to happen? And really that comes back down to that idea of what weeds are on site. And there's weeds, really pernicious, tough weeds that are actively growing spring, summer, fall. This is not an exhaustive list by any means, but we really struggle a lot with some of these cool season grasses. You've got to spray them at least twice, most of them, and spring and fall when they're actively growing. Your winter annuals, they're going to be around all winter, not really a big deal, but they're going to set seed unless you spray them in the spring. Your warm season grasses, so back to that Bermuda grass or reed canary grass, those you can control if you get them in June, but if you don't, you're not going to control them. They're going to be a problem moving forward. And so making sure you've got that summer spray, and same for fall. So I'm not a weed scientist. I'm not a spray technician. And one thing I do want to say is that I tried to never really recommend a specific herbicide, because there's so many local regulations, laws, rules, products change. But what I do want to understand is sort of how the weeds on site work. When do they grow? How do they spread? And those types of things. So again, if I'm going to my spray tech, who we work with a few really talented people, and I said, okay, the site has a ton of knotweed. I'm going to have you out there in the fall to spray that. They say, okay, that makes sense. We're just, there's a site, ton of knotweed. You only can spray in June. They're going to be super annoyed at me because they can't control knotweed in June. So this is a great resource. And there's a bunch of these. This happens to be through Penn State. I like it not because I live in Pennsylvania. I just think they did a great job. They made these Wildland magnitude sheets. And I just, because they do give recommended herbicides, they give timelines, they let you know, targeting the rhizomes, timing is key. So you can say, I know knotweed has a lot of seeds, but it makes it clear that that's not the way to control this plant. So really familiarizing yourself, at least with those common weeds, is going to help you build the site prep plan. So again, here's a really, fairly simple project where we had mowed lawn. It was heavily maintained. We knew we could actually control it pretty quickly. It was, we had one existing patch of Danthonia. You can see that in the lower left, amazing native plant that we have trouble establishing for seed or plugs. So we wanted to make sure we preserved that. A little bit of reed canary grass in the lower left. And then we had sort of spotted knotweed all outside of the project barrier. So from there, we came up with a site preparation plan in the Danthonia. So this, I don't know if I have a pointer, that says spot treatment, any weeds that were coming up in the Danthonia we wanted to control. In all the other areas, we're going to do a total kill. And again, we have that June spray to really target the reed canary in particular, and September and October, because we knew then we could really get good control on the cool season turf grass. We also talked to the client and we said, we know you don't want meadows from outside of this area, but two things: you need to have a buffer around the edge, because otherwise that knapweed is going to push in. And also, if you're doing weed control, think about some sort of offset from the meadow, just to make sure that all these sort of weeds are not encroaching incredibly closely, and we have a better chance to sort of keep the knapweed out in the long run. What did I somehow? I had a picture of it looking beautiful somehow. I deleted that slide. I apologize. Well, it looks great. In terms of non-chemical weed control options, we do have a couple of clients who don't use herbicides. We have one client that uses a tarp. They just have an acre of tarp, sort of like what you use at baseball, and they just move it around. So they keep it for a full year, seed, move it. And you can see it there. It's a great success. A lot of fossil fuels went into making that tarp, but they're able to use it again and again. Another client said, hey, how do you feel about herbicide? And they said, great, we don't mind at all. We want a meadow, we want it to be good, and we want it fast. They were in Long Island, and we went through permitting, and they said, not only can you not use conventional herbicide, you cannot use any organic herbicide. The client still wanted a meadow, and so we moved forward with scraping. So basically, 4 weeks prior to the seeding, they came and they scraped the top 2 to 3 inches of soil off. They removed it. They did the same thing 2 weeks later, and then right before that, the week of seeding, they just scraped it more. And you can see here, 2 weeks after the first scrape, we did get a flush of growth. Again, I wanted to see that. I wanted them to have something to remove, so we were weakening that turf grass. And then after the third scrape, we were ready to go. And this is how it looked in year 1. So developing really, really well. This meadow will require more maintenance. I think we're scheduled to be out there every 6 weeks with a crew to do hand weeding. Typically, that's a lot more sort of heavy-handed than we would do with other projects, but because hand cutting is only our only tool, we want to make sure we stay on top of it. Another project that we looked at, that we manage organically, is a historic cemetery in Tannerville, New York. Again, I talked to the client. I said, where do you fall on herbicide? We're sort of happy to work anyway. He said, the folks I'm going to go to raise money for this project, the folks who are invested in this place, they're not going to be interested in conventional herbicide, but organic herbicide is on the table. We went out and did our site analysis. We saw, again, spotted knapweed, smooth brome, and a lot of fescue. And I happen to know, especially smooth brome and fescue are very hard to control with organic herbicide. Came back and I sort of said, that's what you've got. We can move forward happily, but these are species that are probably always going to be present. You probably want to have a slightly more sort of aggressive palette of plants that you're working with to sort of keep these weeds in check that we're not going to be able to control just through burning the tops. Client said, no problem. Let's move forward that way. So we created this plan, and then we created this schedule. And I would say this schedule really shows our sort of typical organic spray. So it's a minimum of 5 sprays, and we always give the caveat that at the end of the 5th spray, we may not feel like we have good enough control and we won't be ready to seed. But in this case, we were. So it's you spray and you can mow pretty much just a couple days later. With conventional herbicide, you want to wait until you've got that uptake all the way through to the roots, that you're killing the entire plant. Here, you're just getting that top kill. So the most important thing is to cut it back, get that regrowth, do it again. And we typically sort of have a good success with that. I'm going to go really briefly into installation, just because here we're sort of still doing what we've always done, and I feel like this information is fairly widely available. A tool that we use quite a bit is a no-till drill seeder. They're amazing. They're sort of designed. There's a couple of different brands, but they're really designed for the mixed seed sizes that these wildflower mixes have. They have a tine that sort of runs through, drops the bigger seed, a wheel that pushes into it, and then they drop that fine seed on top. They're great also because they can do about 8 acres a day of seeding once they're properly calibrated. But they can be hard to find, and they're not great in all conditions. They're not going to, you have to be able to drive a tractor on the site. And if there's a lot of tight turns or trees, it sort of drops out as being a viable option. But again, this is sort of right, a few weeks after we sowed the seed with a Truax. And this is like, to me, this is a work of art. It's great when I can walk around with a client at this time, because they come out and all they see is gaps and poor soil, and they don't know what's a weed versus a good plant. And for me, I see a gap and I say, I love that gap. There's no weeds growing there. Oh, look, there's a Chamacrista. Oh, oh, that's the nurse crop. And I know that if I come back in a few weeks, those plants are going to be bigger without a lot of weed competition, which is exactly what I want to see. For many of our meadows where we can't get a no-till drill seeder, either because one is not available or the scale doesn't work or the conditions don't work, we tend to use a power rake, which attaches to a skid steer. It's got those nubs on it to sort of just loosen up your seed bed. We don't want to use a rototiller or a soil conditioner or anything like that that's going to really sort of churn up that soil and therefore churn up weed seed. So it's really important that you're getting the right equipment and a good operator who has a really light touch. Some of our projects, we can't even use that. The site conditions just don't allow for it, or we can't access it with equipment. And there, the photo on the left is what we used to always do, which is we would actually just rent an overseeder. We don't put any of the seed in there, but we use the tines, again, sort of loosen up the soil. We've fallen in love with this sort of walk behind Harley rake. That's Chato from Luden's Landscaping, who's a great operator, sort of running it around the gravestones at Greenwood Cemetery. He can get it up and down that little slope. We love that machine. They're not super widely available, so we often rent them from Central PA and sort of bring them to a whole bunch of our sites to prepare them. They're really awesome. And again, this is sort of what it should look like. You're just loosening that top ½ inch to get a really nice seed bed. And then hand seeding. The main rule of hand seeding is do not run out of seed. And the easiest way to run out of seed is to not bulk it up enough. So we tend to mix it with something that's going to give you a lot more volume, and then make sure you're sort of covering all the sites. This was a site, this photo on the right. I came after they seeded, and they just hadn't gotten sort of the distribution. So you can see those clumps where there's probably 100 seeds, and then huge areas where there's very little or no seed. And then the result was a very patchy meadow. We've moved a little bit more towards hydroseeding. When I first was learning about meadows, I really was told, that hydroseeding was never got good enough soil contact, right? So it's being mixed in this slurry, it's suspended in the slurry, and if it doesn't get good soil contact, you're not going to get germination. Unfortunately, I just haven't seen that so much to be the case. It's still not my first choice, but I think especially on big jobs and depending on who the contractor is, there's a big push, especially on steep slopes. And in truth, we're being brought into a lot of projects where clients are saying, we just can't mow this anymore. What can we do? And so hydroseeding can be a really good tool. You want to make sure your equipment cleaning protocol is really great, because a lot of times either they're just going to come from seeding lawn, or even worse, they've seeded a roadside with vetch or some other contaminant that could really affect your meadow. But as long as sort of all your submissions and specifications are right, I'm not as strongly opposed to hydroseeding as I used to be. The last piece, and this is super relevant when it comes to these newly graded sites, is thinking about stabilization. Often, you have a site where you've got a steep slope and you can't just rely on waiting for the seed to germinate to hold that slope, either because you're worried about erosion or runoff, or the regulations make it so that you can't. A lot of times this happens to us in swales or basins or newly constructed slopes. And it really becomes sort of a dance with the engineer and figuring out, okay, what's going to work for everybody, right? I'm not an engineer, and I understand that they know way more than I do about what the shear stress from the water is going to do, and what's going to keep that slope in place. So often they're going to recommend a fabric to keep that slope in place, that is going to be really effective for what they need, but it's going to be a problem when it comes to seeding meadows, that it's going to be really tightly woven, fine for turf grass to go through, but any of our coarser plants or plants with basal leaves are not going to be able to come through that. And so that's when you say, are there other products that either meet the standards that you need or come very close, that have a looseness to them, that have more space? And if not, it may be a conversation about, okay, this is not a place where a seeded meadow can occur. Can we use plugs, or does this just become turf or something else? So it's just a matter of just making sure you don't show up at the site and the seed goes down. And you do have to seed before you put down the fabric. So again, this is a time where The soil is placed, it's graded, the seed goes down, the fabric goes down, and more of your sort of effort is going to go into post-installation maintenance instead of site prep. This is just one of my favorite projects I've been working on recently, where fabric, is playing a really important role in keeping this stabilized. Again, we had to work with the city of Philadelphia to get them to let us use jute, which is actually a fabric that breaks down really quickly. It's really loose, and it will grow. Our plants will grow and it will disintegrate, and our plants will hold the slope. And this picture on the upper left, I couldn't help but show. The guys working on this had to be taught how to tie into their trucks by folks who do weed control around Niagara Falls, just so steep, and they did an amazing job. In terms of establishment phase, that's sort of the next big thing, and I'm going to run over. So I'm going to speed through a little bit to get through some of the stuff I really want to get to. And again, I'm happy to answer questions. But the goals of the establishment phase. An establishment phase is what we used to call short-term management. We felt like calling it the establishment phase helped folks realize that the meadow was really going through sort of a developmental phase that's really unique, and it's different, and sort of the expectations are different. And using that language really helped us get that shift a little more than I expected. But the main thing you're doing here is you're monitoring and you're controlling for weeds, and you're assessing it and you're making decisions. Our typical management, especially when we would use a nurse crop, which sometimes we still do, is you're just sort of using repeated cutting so that anything that's growing sort of fast gets that 12 to 14 inches height, you're cutting it back. And the thinking there is you're cutting off your weeds, preventing them from going to seed. You're cutting off your nurse crop, preventing that from going to seed, and making sure that light gets to your seedlings, which are much smaller. And while I'm not going to say that doesn't work, and we certainly still keep it as a possibility, it has led to some problems. So one, I'd say we're relying a lot less on nurse crop. We're having issues with nurse crop where either clients are not mowing it at all or enough, and it was becoming so tall. So here's a project, it's beautiful, but that's an annual crop that is essentially taken over the meadow and is causing all of our plants to be stunted. Or they're cutting it too low, so they're cutting it more like a lawn, and all of our seedlings are getting cut. The other thing is that certain species were not reacting to mowing the way that we wanted. So we'd have a big influx of crabgrass. We would cut it, say, okay, we're getting rid of the seeds. It's an annual, that's great. And crabgrass would just look at us, laugh, and sort of grow laterally. So our mowing wasn't controlling it. It was actually causing more problems. Rather than being sort of an upright and loose plant that things could go through, it was becoming this incredibly dense sort of mat that nothing could go through. And also there's certain weeds that were causing us a lot of problems, like clover and plantain, that grow really, really low. And there was no way we could mow through them. So what we were actually doing was sort of weakening any plants that were growing through them, and in that way favoring clover. So we still mow, and it's still definitely a tool in our first year mowing regime. But rather than saying this is what you do, in most cases, I think we're more likely to say, let us monitor and decide what we're going to do. We do spot application, and we tried to really move away from our photos of sort of early days of the firm, but this guy is smoking a cigarette while he applies herbicide, and so I will, it always makes me laugh, and I'm going to use it sort of as long as I possibly can, since there's no chance of getting a more modern photo that looks like that. But weed control is, we're hoping really just to use sort of spot or wick application on weeds as they are intermingling and growing with our good plants. You can cut weeds at the base. Again, for some of our non-herbicide clients, that's their best tool. If you really have a mat of something and nothing is going through it, we often just sort of scalp, cut it as low as we can, try and just make it so it's no longer photosynthesized, so that our seeded species can get a little bit of jump and begin to outcompete, which is really what we're trying to do. And some plants you just don't need to take action. Daisy fleabane, it's never going to be in your seed mix, but it comes up, it's going to fade away, it's not going to be an issue, totally fine. And there's sort of a whole list of species that sort of fall into that group. Again, in this establishment phase, we always like to provide a calendar. What are the things that you need to do? When should folks come out and monitor? And that just sort of gives a direction, but it is really adaptive. These static documents don't quite capture the establishment phase. In terms of running into issues, these are sort of some of the bigger problems we've run into. And part of it's like, I shouldn't tell you guys this. We figured out meadows. We've had things happen where things just don't go right. And we've sort of been able to crack the case on some of these. And so I wanted to share sort of what we've figured out. Again, for the most part, the things I've described, and especially with our our really robust site preparation, we're seeing this less. But this was a project where we actually didn't follow our own advice. There was a ton of thatch. I think in retrospect, we would have hated it before we started any sort of weed control, but we didn't. We had all of this thatch, so we harrowed it under. We used sort of agricultural products, and we sort of tore up the soil, and clover just exploded after seeding. We just could not get any cover. So here we decided to use an herbicide that controls legumes. We sprayed it, got pretty good control, sprayed it again, felt really good about the control, mowed it as low as we could. And then we just reseeded this winter with just the forb species. Because we're using an herbicide that didn't affect grasses or sedges, we felt like those were still present. They had never germinated, so they were still there, and just throw down the forbs and we should sort of get back to where we were. Also, a lot of times we have it where a fast growing annual weed dominates. So again, if I see a little bit of yellow foxtail or a little bit of crabgrass, I'm not worried. When I come and that's sort of all I see, the first thing I do is figure out, okay, are my seedlings under there, or have they been completely unable to germinate? And in both of these cases, sort of to different levels, I did see some germination. So in the case of this foxtail, we're just going to keep mowing it back and hope that that sort of repeated mowing weakens it and allows our seedlings to shoot up. With this crabgrass project, there was a lot of crabgrass, but there was also really good seedling growth. And so in this case, we decided to use a pre-emergent. Again, that's sort of just right now only in your conventional toolbox. Glenstone's going to try corn gluten, which I've seen work in a small scale, and so maybe that's going to change. But right now, so we applied pre-emergent, which stops anything that's going to come in from seed from growing. You put it down in the spring. So any perennial that's already in place is going to stick around, but you're not going to get new germination. Really great for annuals, not great for a developing meadow typically. But luckily, this meadow was far enough along when it got swamped by crabgrass. We were able to use pre-emergent, and crabgrass essentially faded away, and it sort of released everything else. So in that sense, it was a great tool. And then finally, we had a site where we made two mistakes in truth. This project had Lespedeza in it, which is Lespedeza cuneata, really tough plant. It's a legume. We assumed that the chemical that we use to control legumes would work on this. We went and we sprayed it, and there's a lot of Johnson grass. So we created a mix that didn't have any asters, any asters, legumes, polygonums, or grasses in it. And we were being a little bit too smart for our own good. So it was not a super resilient seed mix. We said that's fine because we're going to control these weeds so well. What we didn't realize was that this chemical, while it kills most legumes, it is not effective on Lespedeza. So we got essentially no kill or very limited kill. We were able to control the Johnson grass. We just didn't have a resilient enough seed mix to come in, take over. So we've come back, and now we kill the Lespedeza with a broadleaf only. We're starting to see, we've gotten good enough control of the Johnson grass. So we're starting to see broom sedge and split-beard broom sedge come in. We have a bunch of forbs, but they're in these limited families. So we see penstemon, Asclepias, Orangium. And now we finally feel you can see the dead Lespedeza sort of in that middle picture, that we can come back, cut the whole field down, reseed with a much more diverse mix, knowing that we might lose a little bit and we have to control that Lespedeza. That's certainly going to come back. But again, we feel like we sort of righted that ship. We learned a lot from that one. And the last piece that I know I need to wrap up is sort of we're shifting our thinking to called long-term stewardship. Again, we call that long-term maintenance, but when you get to the stage of the meadow where it's tightly knitted together, it's really sort of working, firing in all cylinders. It's not maintenance, it's sort of stewarding this really important and beautiful place. And really at that point, there's always going to need to be work. You're going to want to monitor it on a regular basis. You're going to want to do weed control. You're going to want to mow it. at a minimum once a year. But the goal is that unless there's disturbance, unless there's something that happens, this is a fairly stable system. And as long as you keep on top of the little things that could sort of affect that system, management should be fairly straightforward. So again, we always provide a calendar. And again, the things that we always are going to do, we're going to cut the last year's residual growth. We're going to monitor in sort of these peak seasons. We may do a second cutting to control cool season grasses, but basically management requirements are reduced as the plant growth is becoming dense, fully competitive, and weed suppressive. And we're just really looking out for things that are going to sort of put that in danger. And that's really what the management becomes. And then it's just sort of seeing this continue to evolve over time. And with that, I'm going to wrap up and stop sharing my screen if I can figure that out. Oh, good. All right.
Thank you very much. There are a ton of questions.
Okay.
So I'm going to
That's
whip
great.
through a few. I might not get to them all, but I'm going to at least start us off so that there was lots of conversations going on, and this was a really great session. I really want to thank you, Rebecca. You did a great job going kind of winging through a really big topic.
Yeah,
So,
and I know I'm sure I tried to keep my pace down, but if I said anything too fast, do not hesitate to ask me to repeat it.
No, all good. Okay. Do you ever seed in different different species over different seasons, specifically thinking about putting down little blue stem one year and forbs the next, or forbs later?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I would be hesitant to do that because again, seed needs to hit bare soil. So unless you're finding a way in that interim to keep the soil bare, it's going to be hard to figure out how to get that separate germination. I would prep the soil, seed all of it at once, and you're not going to see much of the little blue stem initially, but I'd get it all down in one pass.
Okay. What are the remedies for a 2-acre native meadow where the grasses have taken over besides burning? Is there a recommendation of ratio of grasses to flowers?
Okay, so ratio of grasses to flowers, I would say, I'll start there. It's definitely design dependent. I would say our standard is 60% grasses, 40% flowers. We adjust that based on client preference, also budget. Grasses are much cheaper, as well as things about conditions. It's hard to say what to do about a native meadow that's been taken over by grasses because, like I said, I'm learning this too. That can mean so many things. Is it an annual grass? Is it a native grass that's just, too rambunctious? Is it cool season? So I think your first step would be to ID that grass, and then there may be some strategies. Again, if it's mostly a cool season grass, you could just mow it a second time, sort of, again, assuming you're in the Northeast, before July 4th. That's going to sort of knock back your cool season grasses and hopefully favor your warm season grasses.
And with regard to scraping the soil off the surface, what happens to the soil when the scraping tool, scraping was the tool to control weeds? What happens to the soil?
And yeah, I know that's one of the things I struggle with that technique is you have a lot of debris that you have to move away, and that has its own impacts. On some sites, they have, someplace they can put it, let it break down, and sort of reuse it or just let it go back. In this case, they took it off and they took it, as far as I know, to the landfill. So it's an interesting sort of, push-pull in terms of what's the most ecologically friendly thing to do. And I wish I knew the answer, but I don't.
And then the follow-up question to that is, do you have to add soil to return to the original grade, or do you just work at that level?
Yeah, so in this case, 2 to 3 inches, we could just work in that grade. They sort of feathered it down. We didn't have to add any soil. If they'd had to add soil, that would have been sort of heartbreaking to bring even more soil in when we were removing soil, but luckily we didn't have to.
Okay. How many species of seeds can be accommodated in one pass with a drill like the Truax?
So it's not enough. I mean, I think infinite. I don't think that's the issue. It's a volume of seed that matters, and it's making sure it's broken up into sort of these three packages of the very fine seed, the grain, what we call sort of grain seed, and then the fluffy seed. But as long as it can sort of, the volume can fit in those bins, it's not a limitation on species.
Okay. And have you ever hand flung with a sawdust mix like James Hitchmo has done?
So, you know, the issue with what, and I should say, his work is stunning. He's able to he uses a very, very sand-based soil that's almost sterile. And so we've never had that opportunity where you're mostly trying to use sort of that in situ soil. If I can get a blend that's heavier on sand, I do like to do that, but I've never had that opportunity. It's a little bit more, what he does is almost a little bit more like a green roof in terms of, and you really do get a lot less weed control, but the scale that we're working, I can't imagine figuring out that sort of amount of soil to bring in.
How do you account for the difference for things that are heavier and want to be seeded lower versus lighter top of the ground seeds like Asclepias?
That's a great question, and I had that in my lecture and I took it out because I could have talked for like 6 hours. So the Truax does that for you. That's why it's a no-till drill seeder. It's like saying Kleenex as opposed to tissues. But that box of the fine seed are those seeds that want to be surface sowed, and they're dropped last. So basically there's that tine, the bigger seed goes in, it's sort of buried a little bit, and then that drops down. For hand seeding, the way that we do it is we sort of loosen up the seed bed, we seed all the large seed, and large is obviously relative in this case, and the fluffy seed, and then we actually run over it again. So we bury that seed a little bit, and then we do the exact same process again with the fine seed, and we just let that be on the surface. So it really is sort of 2 passes to account for that differential.
When is the best time to mow the meadow, and how high do you set the blade? I know you addressed this at least a little bit in your talk.
Yeah,
so I'm not
so
sure.
I'm assuming you're talking about sort of the dormant seed mowing, so not the meadow management. You can mow it anytime in its dormancy period. So again, I'd say that's November to March. Again, that's going to shift a little bit based on where you are. And you want to mow it to around 4 inches. The native grasses, you don't want to sort of damage their crowns, and so 4 inches is about right. And ideally you would use a flail mower if you have access to one, because the way that cuts the vegetation, you can leave the vegetation in sight, but it sort of cuts it in sections and it doesn't just flop down.
Yeah. Does your team have a favorite resource for seedling and grass/sedge identification?
That's a great question. For me, it's
I
two
have
humans,
found that just
Ethan and
observation
Ian.
over years helps. Yeah, sorry.
What'd you say?
I have found that observation through the years has really made a difference. That
yeah,
just looking at your plants on a regular basis is
totally.
really a there's no substitute for experience. But I didn't mean to talk over.
No, I totally agree. And for me, the best way is that experience and walking around with people who really know their plants. And we've got 2 folks, one who currently works for us and one who actually did, and now owns a really cool nursery. And for me, it's walking around with them and having them point things out to me. And I do think some of those apps, they're not terrible, and it can be really fun if you're just in the field where you take a picture and you sort of get a gut check on what you're IDing if you have your phone.
Somebody suggested Richard Uva's Weeds of the Northeast.
That one is good. And I think I heard that they're doing a new version, like stilt grass is not in the current version, which is something, we're dealing with on a huge basis. So I'm excited to see that book.
Yeah. Hypothetically, if someone got a permit to burn a small area for clearing a meadow filled with thick grass, would it actually kill enough of the grass to make it worthwhile?
So I don't think so. Typically we're using, and I'm not an expert in burning, we just can so rarely do it. My understanding is that it's really good for when the grass is already killed to burn off that dead thatch, but it's not going to burn long or hot enough to truly kill the grasses. But I would certainly, if there's someone else who knows more about burning, I would certainly defer to them.
I have a residential client who decided to seed in their own meadow. Any suggestions I can provide for how to mow high enough to keep weeds under control?
That's a great question. I mean, maybe it's almost thinking of the mow height, and it depends a little bit on what equipment they have as a slope, right? So earlier on, you know, and maybe it's teaching them how to ID black-eyed Susans or something that you know is going to come in probably in a high percentage of the mix, and saying, figure out where your black-eyed Susan is and just mow right over top of that. But we're usually looking at that sort of 4 to 6 and then 6 to 8 as the season goes on.
I got us within our time period. I'm going to open it up to, oh, let's see, hold on one second. I'm going to say thank you very much. And I'm going to ask everyone to please complete the session evaluation which can be found on one of the content tabs for this room. We welcome your feedback. Please visit the networking rooms this evening and enjoy happy hour. And don't forget, you can still register for the Nancy Lawson class or lecture this evening. And I'm going to open it up to the group. If you would like to flat out ask Rebecca anything, please just unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yeah, I can stick around for a little bit happily.
There are lots of thank yous. I'm also going to acknowledge that there was a big discussion about herbicides, organic, conventional, whether or not to use them or not, what other choices there are. And I will bring that back to the education committee and have a discussion with them and get back to you both. You all.
Yeah. And again, I'm happy to talk about it. I'm always nervous to bring it up. But I do think right now it's one of the tools that we have. And it's important to at least sort of consider it, what it can and can't do.
Yeah. Anybody out there? Okay.
I'm excited to read this chat though.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rebecca. It was really a pleasure to listen to this. I'm really looking forward to having the opportunity to look at the recording of this. I'm sure there were a lot of things I missed that you mentioned, but this is certainly an area that I'm quite interested in. So thank you, everyone. Please feel free to return to the networking rooms.